leads South Africa by 218 with 2 wickets in hand as Kerry Stark steadies ship after Cummins' carnage. In a test final that refuses to pause for breath, Day 2 of the WTC Final 2025 served up another cricketing classic. 14 wickets fell again, matching Day 1's chaos as Australia tightened their grip on the championship mace. With 2 wickets in hand and a 218-run lead on a bowler-dominated pitch, the defending champions have edged ahead in a match where momentum has swung like a Lord's weather vane. Cummins the commander. 6 for 28, his best at Lord's, and milestone wicket number 300, Pat Cummins orchestrated a collapse that turned 121 for 5 into 138 all out. His spell not only eviscerated South Africa's middle and lower order, but stamped his mark as a captain who leads by relentless example. Babam's solid 36 was the only beacon in a South African innings derailed by Australia's tactical brilliance and fielding intensity. Rabada and Njidi fight back. With Australia walking back at 212 and 74 runs ahead, it seemed their grip would tighten. But Rabada's double blow, post-tee, and lunging during his sizzling spell, 3 for 35, shattered Australia's top and middle order. Smith, Green, Head, Cummins all fell in a breathless burst as Australia crashed to 73 for 7. Carey and Stark, the resistance. Just as South Africa smelled a stunning reversal, Alex Carey 43 and Mitchell Stark batting 25 slammed the brakes on the collapse. Their 61-run, 8-wicket partnership, marked by defiance and counterpunching strokes, brought Australia back from the brink and widened the gap to a daunting 218. Jansen's late drop of Stark added to South Africa's frustration and may prove critical. The state of play. Australia 212 and 144 for 8. South Africa 138. Lead 218. Wickets in hand 2. Momentum tilting red and gold. Key insights. Back-to-back 14-wicket days show the pitch is alive but offers reward for resilience. Cummins now has 300 test wickets and remains Australia's heartbeat. Rabada and Njidi's revival kept the match alive, but South Africa's batting frailty looms large. Australia's top 3 returned only 49 runs, their worst combined performance since 1890. Extras plague South Africa, 19 no-balls and a dropped chance to finish the day will hurt. What lies ahead? Australia will resume on Day 3 with Carey gone, Stark looking stubborn, and 2 wickets left. For South Africa, early breakthroughs are non-negotiable, but chasing anything over 250 on this unpredictable Lord's track will demand their best ever 4th innings performance at the ground. History says it's unlikely, but this test hasn't followed any script.
South Africa's agony continues. Another ICC knockout heartbreak. The Pro Tees have been here before. Many times before. Another ICC tournament. Another semifinal. Another painful exit. South Africa's hopes of finally breaking the knockout curse came crashing down in Lahore, as New Zealand outplayed them in every department, sealing a 50-run victory to book their place in the ICC Champions Trophy final. For South Africa, this was yet another chapter in the long history of heartbreak at global tournaments, a script that has played out time and time again. From the infamous 1992 rain rule debacle to the 1999 World Cup semifinal disaster and the devastating collapse against New Zealand in 2015, the Pro Tees have lived through every kind of knockout pain imaginable. And now, Lahore 2025 is added to that list. A familiar pain, another semifinal defeat. Having topped their group with strong performances, South Africa enter the semifinals with high hopes. A batting-friendly pitch, their powerful top order, and a balanced bowling attack suggested they had the tools to go all the way. But New Zealand had other plans. Rach and Ravinder Century and Kane Williamson composed 100 power the Kiwis to a record-breaking 362.06, the highest total in Champions Trophy history. South Africa, despite a valiant effort from David Miller, 100 asterisk, fell well short, managing only 3-12-9 in response. The loss meant that South Africa has now lost 9 of their 11 ICC ODI semifinals, a staggering statistic that underlines their struggles on the big stage. They have made it to the final just once in their history, way back in 1998 when they won the inaugural Champions Trophy, then called the ICC Knockout. Since then, they have repeatedly failed to cross the semifinal hurdle. Where did it go wrong? South Africa's semifinal downfall was a mix of poor execution and bad luck. Some of the key factors that contributed to their exit include 1. Wayward bowling and dropped chances. South Africa's bowling, which had been solid throughout the tournament, faltered at the worst possible time. Kagiso Rabada and Marco Jansen, 2 of their main strike bowlers, were ineffective, allowing Williamson and Ravinder to settle in and dictate the innings. Their lengths were too predictable, and they struggled to contain the scoring. Adding to their woes, key catches were put down, including crucial drop-off Williamson when he was on 56. Had that catch been taken, South Africa could have put New Zealand under pressure and restricted them to a more manageable total. 2. A sluggish start with the bat. Chasing 363 was always going to be a challenge, but South Africa didn't help their cause with a slow start. Captain Temba Bavuma struggled early on, scoring just 10 off his first 24 balls, putting the team behind the required run rate. By the time he found his rhythm, South Africa had already lost valuable time. 3. A middle-order collapse. At 143.02 in the 25th over, South Africa was in a strong position, matching New Zealand's progress at the same stage. However, things unraveled quickly when Mitchell Santner dismissed Bavuma and Rasivander Dussen in quick succession. Heinrich Claesen, one of their best big hitters, followed soon after. In a span of 10 overs, South Africa went from contenders to chasing shadows. 4. Miller's lone battle. David Miller, playing in what could be his final ICC ODI tournament, fought bravely till the end. His unbeaten 100 off 67 balls was a masterpiece of counter-attacking batting, but by the time he found his groove, the match was already out of reach. With wickets falling around him, there was little support from the lower order. Why can't South Africa get over the line? South Africa's inability to win ICC knockouts is a puzzle that has haunted them for decades. While talent has never been an issue, the psychological weight of their past failures seems to hold them back. Here are some recurring themes in their tournament exits. White heavy checkmark pressure in big matches. The team often crumbles under the weight of expectations. They have had some of the strongest teams in world cricket over the years, yet when the crunch moment arrives, they tend to falter. White heavy checkmark unlucky moments. From the 1992 rain rule controversy to the 1999 World Cup tie against Australia and the miscalculations of 2003, fate has played a cruel hand in South Africa's ICC history. White heavy checkmark lack of killer instinct. Unlike teams like Australia, India, or New Zealand, South Africa struggles to close out games when in strong positions. Even in the semi-final, they had moments where they could have shifted the momentum but failed to capitalize. What's next for South Africa? Despite another painful exit, there are positives for South Africa. This team has a good mix of youth and experience, and with the 2027 World Cup set to be hosted in South Africa, they will have another golden opportunity to end their ICC drought on home soil. Temba Bavuma and his men will now have to regroup, learn from yet another heartbreaking experience, and find ways to overcome their knockout blues. The scars of Lahore 2025 will remain, but South Africa will hope that one day they can finally shake off the tag of being chokers and lift an ICC trophy again. For now, however, it's another case of what could have been. Another missed opportunity. Another exit from an ICC semifinal. And another heartbreak for the Pro Tees.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and all, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India versus England 2025, a series of lessons, a glimpse of the future. A smooth reflection on what both teams gained, lost, and learned from an unforgettable 5-test duel. The 2025 India versus England Test series ended 2-2, but beneath that tidy scoreline was a messy, emotional, pulsating 5-act drama. A series that gave us heroes, heartbreaks, tactical twists, and above all, lessons. Deep, defining lessons. Let's take a walk through what both teams will carry forward and what they must leave behind. India, not in transition, already transformed. India didn't just survive this series. They grew. They evolved. And in doing so, they may have quietly laid the foundation for their next golden era. Shubman Gill began as a young captain with questions hanging over him. By the end of the series, he was leading with conviction, trusting his instincts, backing his bowlers, and standing tall with the bat. His bold declarations, attacking fields, and calm presence under pressure weren't just signs of potential, they were proof of arrival. India's real magic, however, was in its depth. No Boomer, no Shami, no Pant, no Ashwin. Yet out came Jurel, Prazid, Akashdeep, Sasudasan. And the team didn't just compete, it controlled large parts of the series. Even in defeats, India were often the side pushing harder, holding the stronger hand, but losing grip in moments of carelessness. Collapses in leads and lords stung badly, but the bounce back was immediate and fierce. The Oval win, sealed by a roaring Siraj, was not just a result. It was a roar that said, "We're not coming. We're here." Most importantly, India showed they don't need to look back. The legends weren't missed. The next chapter has already started. England, a philosophy under pressure. Baseball was never going to be boring, and it wasn't. There were glorious drives, reverse scoops, silly fielders, glorious chaos. But in key moments, especially when the pressure dialed up, baseball showed its cracks. Jamie Smith's rush of blood. Top order collapses rescued by the tail. Aggression where calm was needed. Hope where strategy was required. Root and Brooke were England's anchor and spark, but they often arrived with the house already on fire. The bowlers fought hard, but lacked the cutting edge without a true leader of the pack. And while Chris Woakes' walkout with one functioning arm was the stuff of legend, it also laid bare England's lack of durability and depth. There were brave moments. There were brilliant moments. But England, by and large, looked like a team surviving on belief, not structure. Shared truths, mutual lessons. Both teams learned that momentum is king. That partnerships win matches, not just centuries. That captains can change a test match with a single decision. India trusted their youth and were rewarded. England trusted their method and were exposed. India fought smarter. England fought harder. But only one side walked away with clarity about where they're heading. The final reflection. The series ends at 2-2. But in the final test in that final hour, the balance shifted. Not just in the match, but in the rivalry. India leave the tour with a spring in their step. England leave it gritting their teeth and asking questions. The scoreboard says drawn. But the real story? India are building something. In England, they're trying to hold something together. In time, this series may be remembered not for the drawer, but for the day India's new era truly began.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall I India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and all, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Java India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Four main reasons why India outclassed England in the T20I Series victory. India's T20I Series win over England wasn't just about individual performances, it was a display of strategic execution, adaptability, and fearless intent. Despite facing a supremely talented England side, India showcased a well-rounded game plan that neutralized England's strengths. Here's a deep dive into the tactical and technical reasons behind India's triumph. India's series victory over England was not a mere statistical win, it was a strategic masterclass, a demonstration of mental resilience, adaptability, and superior execution in all three departments. While the tables summarized the differences, let's now break them down into a detailed narrative, explaining why India outperformed England at every crucial moment. 1. Keycap India's batting, fearless intent over conservative play. A common problem in past Indian T20 performances was their tendency to slow down after early setbacks, often leading to timid recoveries rather than match-defining comebacks. This series marked a shift in mindset. India chose to attack even when under pressure. Early collapse? No problem. After losing 3 wickets inside 2 overs, 12 thirds, many teams would have consolidated for a few overs, avoiding further risk. India did the opposite. Instead of slowing down, Abhishek Sharma, Shivam Dube, and Hardik Pandya took the attack to England, refusing to let the pressure mount. How India's recovery was different. Abhishek Sharma played a brave, counter-attacking knock against Adil Rashid, recognizing that the leg spinner would be England's main threat in the middle overs. Instead of letting England dictate terms, India chose their moments to attack, keeping the scoreboard moving. Shivam Dube played a crucial role in targeting Rashid, ensuring that the English spinners were unable to control the game like they did in earlier matches. The Hardik Pandya factor. Pandya's innings was a masterclass in controlled aggression. Early in his knock, he played cautiously, respecting Rashid's bowling. However, as soon as England brought back the pacers in the death overs, he switched gears instantly, scoring 40 runs off his last 10 balls. How this differed from England's batting approach. Now, contrast this with how England handled a similar situation. England also got off to a flying start, reaching 62-0 in the power play. However, once India's spinners applied pressure, they did not show the same adaptability that India had. Instead of rotating strike and building partnerships, England's batters kept going for big shots and lost wickets in clusters. This is where India showed more maturity. When they lost early wickets, they continued scoring while ensuring partnerships were built. Key difference: India counter-attacked with intelligence, picking the right bowlers to target, while England kept attacking recklessly, leading to collapses. To keycap India's spin attack, a tactical masterclass. One of the biggest talking points of the series was how India's spinners outperformed England's batters, even under difficult conditions, dew, flat pitch, and a wet ball. Why India's spinners succeeded? Ravi Bishnoi, Varun Chakravarti, and Axar Patel didn't just bowl tight lines, they forced errors by varying speeds and angles. Bishnoi took a bold risk by tossing the ball up to duck it, rather than keeping it flat. This forced a miscue, leading to a key breakthrough. Chakravarti outthought Harry Brook. Brook expected a fast, skiddy ball but instead got a slower, well-placed leg break, leading to his dismissal. Despite the dew, India's spinners used their skill to extract turn and bounce at crucial moments, ensuring that England never settled. How England's spinners struggled. Adil Rashid, England's most experienced spinner, was completely neutralized by India's batters. Unlike England, India never allowed Rashid to settle, going after him early and making him ineffective. England failed to apply pressure through spin, whereas India's spin trio systematically dismantled England's batting lineup. Key difference: India's spinners attacked, while England's spinners defended. 3. Keycap India's smart selection versus England's instability. One of the most underrated aspects of India's victory was their strategic squad selection. India's squad selection was based on roles, not just reputation. Even with Kohli, Rohit, and Bumrah absent, India trusted its young players. Harshit Rana, playing his first-ever international match, was brought in as a concussion substitute and ended up taking 3 crucial wickets. India's selection strategy was clear: they chose players who could perform in specific roles rather than relying on big names. England's selection instability hurt them. England, on the other hand, kept making unnecessary changes and failed to settle on their best playing 11. Players like Jacob Bethel and Bryden Cars were in and out of the lineup, preventing consistency in the middle order. Their middle order struggles were evident, with batters failing to rotate strike or build partnerships under pressure. Key difference: India backed a settled, role-specific squad, while England kept experimenting without consistency. 4. Keycap England's tactical and executional errors. While India's superior planning was a major factor, England also made crucial mistakes that helped India win. Poor utilization of their bowling attack. England had India at 12 thirds but failed to maintain pressure. Instead of going all out for wickets, they let India rebuild through passive field placements and ineffective bowling changes. Jofra Archer and Safib Mahmood started well but weren't used aggressively after their early breakthroughs. Dropped catches and missed chances. Jos Buttler dropped a crucial chance of Shivam Dube, which allowed him to settle and take the game away. England's fielding lapses proved costly, giving India extra runs in key moments. Over-reliance on power hitting. England has built a T20 team designed to dominate through power hitting, but they failed to adjust when India's spinners controlled the pace of the game. Instead of rotating strike and playing smart cricket, they kept going for big shots and collapsed in a heap. Key difference: India was flexible in their approach, while England was one-dimensional and stubborn. Final expert verdict: how India outplayed England in every department. This series was not just a victory, it was a message. India showed that they are moving away from the old, cautious approach in T20 and have now adopted a more fearless and calculated strategy. India's key strengths that won them the series. Brave batting under pressure no matter the situation, India's middle order kept scoring at a high rate instead of shutting down. Masterful spin attack: Bishnoi, Chakravarti, and Axer outfoxed England's batters, even in conditions that favoured hitting. Tactical flexibility: India adjusted to matchups and game situations better than England. Selection strategy: India trusted their young players, and they delivered. In contrast, England's mistakes, poor shot selection, and inability to counter spin cost them dearly. India's evolution in T20 cricket. This series showed that India is now a well-oiled T20 team that can win under varied conditions and situations. If this approach continues, India will be a serious contender in future global tournaments.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
IPL 2025 Eliminator. No second chances. Titans versus Indians. The stakes are sky high as Titans and Indians lock horns in the IPL 2025 Eliminator. Both sides have journeyed through a grueling season, finishing third and fourth respectively. But now, there's no safety net. One team marches closer to the trophy, the other waves goodbye to their campaign. Titans, the big blow. GT's season has been marked by top-heavy brilliance. With Gill, Butler, and leading from the front, their batting order often did need a plan B. But now that safety net is gone. Butler has left for national duty, and while Mendes steps in, he lacks IPL experience and form. His inclusion is a roll of the dice in a must-win clash. Their bowling, once their crown jewel, is now their concern. Is enduring his worst IPL season with just 9 wickets in 14 matches and a bruising economy nearing 10. At a dip in form, and GT's once invincible armor suddenly shows cracks. Yet, don't count them out. They've beaten twice already this season. Rutherford and Tavasha have been under pressure before. And with Gill and sublime touch, the Titans still pack a punch. Indians, star power and stumbling blocks. Indians are star-studded, but not flawless. Has lead the charge with over 600 runs, but the next best is far behind. With Rakultan and Jacks gone, the entry of Johnny Bairstow is timely. Fresh of twin red ball 50s for Yorkshire, Bairstow's big match temperament could be crucial. Their edge, however, lies in the bowling. Even after missing 4 games, has produced his best IPL numbers yet. 17 wickets at a ridiculous economy of 6.33. Trent Bolt, Santner, and Roundoff, an attack that thrives under pressure. But Amai have a stat problem. They haven't beaten any of the other 3 playoff sides this season. That's the narrative they'll want to flip tonight. Player spotlight. Shubman Gill, calm, composed, and clinical. He's been GT's heartbeat. The death over demon. Mies matchwinner in chief. Needs a resurrection on the big stage. Bairstow the wild card. Can he ignite fireworks? Key matchups and stats. Versus Gill? Gill has fallen 2-4 times in 23 balls. Versus Sky? Hasn't dismissed in T20s, but has conceded 117 runs in 77 balls. Santner versus Mendes? 4 dismissals in 1939 balls. Santner has had Mendes' number. Versus 0 runs, 2 dismissals, and 7 balls. Conditions and pitch report. The new surface is unpredictable. It's seen chases of 111 defended and totals of 201 lost. Expect help for seamers early and some turn as the game progresses. Batting first could be tricky, but chasing under pressure isn't easier. No rain threat, but a cloudy sky may favor the quicks. Final word. This eliminator is more than just a match. It's a litmus test of composure, adaptability, and squad depth. Can the Titans find new heroes in Butler's absence? Will Me's bowling brilliance overcome their inconsistency? Both teams carry questions, but only one will walk into qualifier 2. The other? Time to pack up.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch. Of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame. Every play another name. Unity in every crowd. Voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark. Guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar. Creating hearts forevermore.
The ICC Champions Trophy 2025 semi-finalists are set: India, New Zealand, South Africa, and Australia. Each team brings unique strengths and challenges to the table. India, with its dominant batting lineup led by Kohli and Gill, is a powerhouse, but their middle-order inconsistency could be a vulnerability. New Zealand, the silent threat, thrives on tactical play and discipline, yet their inexperience in the lower order raises concerns. South Africa boasts the tournament's best bowling attack, but their history of choking in knockouts looms large. Australia, unbeaten so far, combines experience with youthful energy, but their death bowling remains a question mark. As we look ahead to the semi-finals, the matchups will be crucial. India could face South Africa, while New Zealand might clash with Australia. The stakes are high, and the potential for fireworks is immense. In this thrilling race, India and Australia emerge as favorites, but don't count out New Zealand as the dark horse. Who will lift the trophy? The excitement is palpable.
Masterclass with the bat. All the Centurions from the first test, Headingley. As day 4 draws to a close in this exhilarating test match at Headingley, one of the most remarkable themes has been the sheer class and consistency displayed by the batters on both sides. In a match brimming with momentum shifts, 6 individual centuries, including a spectacular twin hundred from Rishabh Pant, have lit up the contest. Here's a closer look at each of these standout knocks. Shubman Gill, 147, 227 balls, 19 fours, 1 6. Shubman Gill's commanding innings in the first innings laid the foundation for India's mammoth total of 471. Anchoring from number 4, Gill combined timing with temperament. His drives through cover were majestic, and his ability to rotate strike against both pace and spin kept the scoreboard ticking. It was Gill's partnership with Pant that truly broke England's back, stitching together a near-unstoppable 4th-wicket stand. Gill's knock was a template in composure. He picked his moments to accelerate and punished anything loose with precision. Rishabh Pant, 134, 178 balls, 12 fours, 6 sixes, and 118 140 balls, 15 fours, 3 sixes. Rishabh Pant is writing his own chapter in this test. With centuries in both innings, Pant has stamped his authority in sensational style. His first inning century was an exhibition of controlled aggression launching into lofted sixes, especially against the spinners, while managing partnerships expertly. His second innings 100 was more calculated but equally valuable, rescuing India from a precarious 92 for 3. Pant's audacity is matched only by his brilliance. 2 contrasting hundreds in one test, a rare feat and a serious statement. Yashasvi Jaiswal, 101, 159 balls, 16 fours, 1 6. Young Jaiswal continued to showcase his test credentials with a fluent century on day 1. Taking on the new ball with maturity beyond his years, he partnered with Gill and Rahul to blunt the early English aggression. His offside play stood out driving and cutting with precision. Though dismissed right after reaching his ton, he had done the job India needed. KO Rahul, 137, 247 balls, 18 fours. If Pant brought flair, Rahul brought fortitude. His second innings 100 was an old-school display of test grit. Batting nearly 5 sessions, Rahul absorbed pressure after early wickets fell and guided India into a position of strength. He left well outside off, defended solidly, and wore the bowlers down, a near-chanceless knock. Rahul batted like a seasoned general, steadying the Indian ship and wearing England down session by session. Ollie Pope, 106, 137 balls, 14 fours. England's reply was led by Ollie Pope's vibrant 100.
The number 3 batter looked in complete control, flicking effortlessly off his pads and pulling with assurance. Pope capitalized on anything overpitched or short, counter-attacking just as India seemed to tighten the screws. His innings was a spark that gave England a fighting chance in their first innings. Harry Brook, 99 112 balls, 11 fours, 2 sixes. Yes, technically not a centurion, but Brooks' 99 is worth a mention. His belligerent stroke, play launching into the quicks with hooks and pulls lit up day 2, falling one short of a deserved 100. Brooke nonetheless shifted the momentum back in England's favor. Final thoughts? This Headingley Test is not just a contest of runs and wickets, it's a celebration of Test batting at its finest. With Rishabh Pant joining the elite club of dual centurions in a match and 4 other top-class hundreds lighting up the scoreboard, this clash is proving to be a classic. As day 5 beckons, India are on the verge of going 1-0 up, but it's the battle between bat and ball, patience and panache that has truly won.
And every heartbeat filled a roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Come on, India, rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Shubman Gill, the flame that rekindled a nation's roar. India crushes England by 337 runs at Edgbaston. At Edgbaston, under skies once dominated by English triumphs, India scripted a thundering statement. Led by a resplendent Shubman Gill and fueled by a fiery deep, India dismantled England by a colossal 337 runs, a result as emphatic as it was historic. This was more than a win. This was India roaring back, not just into the series, but into global contention with a fire unseen since the golden eras of West Indies and Australia. And standing at the very heart of this revival is one man, Shubman Gill. A bat that speaks for a nation. Gill's breathtaking twin efforts, 269 in the first innings and 161 in the second, were innings of legend, not just for their numbers, but for their timing, their class, and their message. He batted with the serenity of, the dominance of Ponting, and the relentless focus of, but with a Gill flair all his own. No Indian captain has ever scored 430 runs in a single test, and no player in the history of the game had ever scored a double century and a 150 in the same match until now. His bat didn't just put runs on the board, it put belief in the dressing room. Bowlers fed off his calm. Fielders surged with energy. Even England looked stunned. Deep, from prospect to phenomenon. With the ball, India didn't just match England, they outclassed them. And leading their bowling charge was the tireless Deep, who ran in like a man born to make history. In the final innings, he claimed a magnificent 6-wicket haul, finishing with match figures of 10 wickets and delivering blows that shattered England's resistance and confidence. His seam movement, aggression, and consistency silenced the Holly stand and announced India's pace depth even in the absence of. He didn't just ball deliveries, he balled daggers wrapped in thunder. India, outbatting, outballing, outclassing. India out-baseballed baseball on English soil without their best fast bowler, with their young captain playing only his second test in charge. Every line of England's strategy was shredded, outlasted and outscored. India's bowlers outthought and outfoxed. India's gapped and outled and outclassed. By the end, England weren't just beaten, they were buried under a mountain of scoreboard pressure and Indian brilliance. The rise of a new era. Shubman Gill's leadership is no longer a promise. It is now a pillar of a new era, an India team that plays with grace, grit, and utter ruthlessness. The team is united, the dressing room is buzzing, and the fan base is surging with belief again. Gill's appointment as captain may well go down as the single most decisive move in modern Indian cricket, a visionary call that has already begun to reshape destiny. The series comes alive. With the series now level, India heads to Lord's with momentum, confidence, and purpose. The ghosts of collapses past are exorcised. England is shaken. The world is watching. And India, led by a 24-year-old phenomenon, is roaring louder than ever.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd.
India's strategic blueprint to dominate the test, rooted but not defeated. Time for India to roar. As the shadows lengthened over the hallowed turf of Lords at the end of day one, England could breathe a little easier, just a little. At 2:51 for 4, with Joe Root unbeaten on 99, they had rebuilt from early wobbles. But the Indian camp, far from being discouraged, knows the door is still open and they're ready to kick it down. If day one was England's subtle resurgence, day two presents India with the perfect canvas to reassert control through firepower, focus, and fearless cricket. 1. The Root wicket, India's golden ticket. Root stands between India and the potentially fragile English lower order. Dismissing him early will not just break England's batting core, it will break their spirit. Jasprit Boomer, rested and rumbling, will lead the morning charge with the second new ball. A sharp in-swinger or a nasty lifter could be the surgical strike India needs. If Root goes within the first 30 minutes, India could be bowling at the tail before the Lord's bell rings for lunch. 2. Squeeze the tail, no breathing room. The post-Root lineup isn't exactly invincible. Chris Wilkes can fight, but Koss, Archer, and Bashir are far less comfortable against pace and movement. India must attack relentlessly, target the stumps, unsettle with bounce, and finish the job with intensity. Akash Deep's 10-wicket haul at Edgbaston proved that even without Bumrah, India's attack can rattle bones. No freebies. No second chances. A finish could leave England with less than 325, a manageable mountain. 3. Build from the top, Jaiswal, KL, and Gill the key. Once the bowlers have done their job, India's batters must take command against the crowd. Yashasvi Jaiswal's flair, KL Rahu's calm, and Shubman Gill's brilliance are central to a strong reply. India doesn't just need a total, it needs intent. Strike rotation, fearless stroke play, and mental dominance will be essential to stamp authority. The goal? To bat England out of the game and perhaps the series. 4. Tempo. Control the run rate. Lords rewards busy batters. The fast outfield turns singles into twos and edges into boundaries. India must keep the scoreboard ticking, forcing England's bowlers into defensive modes. If Sundar, Jadeja, and Pant find form, India's lower middle order could play the same role England's failed to deliver, scoring fast, turning pressure into panic. 5. Gill's leadership, cool, calculated, courageous. Captaincy is not about shouting or gesturing wildly. It's about setting the tone, and Shubman Gill is doing exactly that. From his monumental run tally to his fearless declaration at Edgbaston, Gill has shown his not just India's future, is its commanding present. Day 2 is a test not just of skill, but of nerve. Can he manage the bowlers, keep the field buzzing, and adjust to Lord's ever-changing mood? If his current form holds, the answer is a resounding yes. The verdict, a day to seize. This is India's moment. Dismiss Root early, rattle the tail, and bat with purpose in India could emerge from day 2 not just in control, but staring down the possibility of another historic test win in England's own backyard. Lords has seen many legends rise. Today, a new chapter waits to be written.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, cheers are loud like ocean's tide. every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall I India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
As the sun rises over the oval and the English summer draws towards final chapter, Team India steps forward, bruised but far from broken. They come not just to play, but to script a final act worthy of legend. And here's the cast of characters chosen to turn the tide. Yashasvi Jaiswal, the aggressive tone setter. Opening the innings with fearless flair, Jaiswal has made a name for himself as a boundary hunting disruptor. His early assault can rattle even England's best, and if he lasts 15 overs, he'll have the Barmy army murmuring, not roaring. K.O. Rahul, the composed rock. Elegant and assured, Rahul's return from injury at Manchester was like a sonnet amidst the storm. Paired with Jaiswal, here's the yang to the lefty's yin, calmly absorbing pressure while letting his partner blaze the trail. Sai Sudarshan, the temperament technician. With Rahul opening, Sudarshan slips into the number 3 role like silk on skin. Gritty, patient, unbothered by scoreboard theatrics, he's the ideal insurance policy against an early collapse and a quiet grinder against the English storm. Shubman Gill captain, the Centurion commander. 4 centuries this series. Over 700 runs. Gill has turned captaincy into artistry. At number 4, he walks in with a sculptor's chisel, shaping innings, shielding collapses, and setting tempo. His bat, a wand. His presence, pure assurance. Sarfraz Khan, the X-Factor, new to the cauldron but not to combat. Sarfraz brings low middle order punch, a cheeky swat, a defiant pull, a jubilant leap. If India need a jolt or a shield, here's the one with fireworks in fight. Ravindra Jadeja, the relentless warrior, 100 at Manchester, 4 wickets when nothing seemed to bite. Jadeja is India's golden thread, weaving bat, ball, and brilliance together. In this 11, he's the glue, the dagger, and the spark in the field. Dhruv Jural, the silent guardian. Calm hand, sharper mind. Jural offers safety in gloves and surprise in bat. Under pressure, he doesn't panic. he plots. And that's what India will count on if the game swings on a slender thread. Washington Sundar, the gentle giant, one of India's finest stories. Promoted to number 5 in Manchester, he's left with 100 in hearts. Back at 8, here's the bonus India never knew they needed: tight lines with the ball, loose wrists with the bat, and a heart that never flinches. Mohammad Siraj, the lone spear. With Boomer resting, Siraj leads the charge. Fire, bounce, and heart define him. Expect him to probe early, push late, and scream when the ball nips past off stump. This is his time to shine. Kuldeep Yadav, the spin disruptor. Wrist spin is a dying art unless your name is Kuldeep. His variations mesmerize, and on oval turf, he could turn the final innings into a dance of deception. England beware, the Chinaman cometh. Akashdeep, the debutant with a dream. No cap, no fear. Akashdeep brings pace and unpredictability. His skitty action could catch the England top order off guard. Every team needs a surprise weapon. His India's winning blueprint at the Oval. Start strong. Rahul's calm and Jeswal's fire must repel the new ball. Build middle-order muscle. Gill at 4 and Saffers in support. Bat deep. Washington at 8 makes India almost all the way down. Spin Sinori. Jadeja, Kuldeep, and Washi must weave pressure days 4 to 5. Siraj plus Akashdeep equals new ball menace. So here they stand, 11 men with a mission. The shadows of history behind them, a chance to square the series before them. England may hold the edge, but India holds the fire. At the Oval, legends will rise and a nation will watch, hoping that the script ends in blue ink.
And every heartbeat filled a roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Your mind, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India versus England 2025, a series of lessons, a glimpse of the future. A smooth reflection on what both teams gained, lost, and learned from an unforgettable 5-test duel. The 2025 India vs. England Test Series ended 2-2, but beneath that tidy scoreline was a messy, emotional, pulsating 5-act drama. A series that gave us heroes, heartbreaks, tactical twists, and above all, lessons. Deep, defining lessons. Let's take a walk through what both teams will carry forward and what they must leave behind. India, not in transition, already transformed. India didn't just survive this series. They grew. They evolved. And in doing so, they may have quietly laid the foundation for their next golden era. Shubman Gill began as a young captain with questions hanging over him. By the end of the series, he was leading with conviction, trusting his instincts, backing his bowlers, and standing tall with the bat. His bold declarations, attacking fields, and calm presence under pressure weren't just signs of potential, they were proof of arrival. India's real magic, however, was in its depth. No Boomer, no Shami, no Pant, no Ashwin. Yet out came Jurel, Prasid, Akashdeep, Sasudasan. And the team didn't just compete, it controlled large parts of the series. Even in defeats, India were often the side pushing harder, holding the stronger hand, but losing grip in moments of carelessness. Collapses in leads and Lords stung badly, but the bounce back was immediate and fierce. The Oval win, sealed by a roaring Siraj, was not just a result. It was a roar that said, "We're not coming. We're here." Most importantly, India showed they don't need to look back. The legends weren't missed. The next chapter has already started. England, a philosophy under pressure. Baseball was never going to be boring, and it wasn't. There were glorious drives, reverse scoops, silly fielders, glorious chaos. But in key moments, especially when the pressure dialed up, baseball showed its cracks. Jamie Smith's rush of blood. Top-order collapses rescued by the tail. Aggression where calm was needed. Hope where strategy was required. Root and Brooke were England's anchor and spark, but they often arrived with the house already on fire. The bowlers fought hard, but lacked the cutting edge without a true leader of the pack. And while Chris Woakes' walkout with one functioning arm was the stuff of legend, it also laid bare England's lack of durability and depth. There were brave moments. There were brilliant moments. But England, by and large, looked like a team surviving on belief, not structure. Shared truths, mutual lessons. Both teams learned that momentum is king. That partnerships win matches, not just centuries. That captains can change a test match with a single decision. India trusted their youth and were rewarded. England trusted their method and were exposed. India fought smarter. England fought harder. But only one side walked away with clarity about where they're heading. The final reflection. The series ends at 2-2. But in the final test, in that final hour, the balance shifted. Not just in the match, but in the rivalry. India leave the tour with a spring in their step. England leave it gritting their teeth and asking questions. The scoreboard says drawn. But the real story? India are building something. In England, they're trying to hold something together. In time, this series may be remembered not for the drawer, but for the day India's new era truly began.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rise? every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall I India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat filled a roar. With that and all, we're legends born. Colors guide the picture, light for India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Let's break down the key learning points from the enthralling England vs. India Test Series 2025, focusing on tactical, technical, and leadership lessons for both teams. The series ended 2-2, but beneath the scoreboard lied deep lessons, especially for two sides headed in different directions. Key learnings for India result: series drawn to 2-2, but performance, a breakout campaign. Gill's captaincy blossomed and is here to stay from reactive to proactive. Shubman Gill began the series cautiously, but finished boldly. Strategic fielding changes, aggressive declarations, and bowler rotation decisions in the final two tests showed real maturity. Most importantly, he built a team culture where youth thrived, and no senior was sorely missed. Learning, trust in instinctive leadership, and back the new captain fully through future campaigns, including WTC and overseas tours. 2. India's bench strength is now world-class, no Bumrah. No Shami, no Pant, fifth test, and still India matched England blow for blow. Prasid Krishna, Akashdeep Hurel, Sudharsan, and Jaiswal showed that India's second string is good enough to win tests anywhere. Learning. Continue investing in new talent through rotation. This is the dawn of India's second test super era. 3 batting collapses still hurt. India's 2 losses came when middle-order collapses followed strong starts. The Lord's Test lost by 22 runs, and the first Test failure to defend. 370 both stemmed from letting go of momentum. Learning. Improved temperament and partnerships in pressure chases and second innings. Rebuilds, especially under overcast skies. 4. Siraj is now India's lead fast bowler. His 5-4 in the final Test sealed the win in the series draw. Mixed aggression with control, especially on unhelpful pitches. Learning. Build the bowling attack around Siraj while managing his workload and pairing him with consistent partners. 5. India can win without senior giants. No Rohit, no Kohli, no Pujara, no Ashwin. And nobody noticed. Learning. The team isn't in transition. It's already transitioned. Time to stop looking back. Key learnings for England result. 2-2-2 feels like survival, not success. 1. Bazball is not bulletproof. Bazball brought moments of brilliance, but it failed in high-pressure final innings. Aggression at all costs backfired. Notably, Jamie Smith's dismissal in the 5th Test. Learning. Bazball needs balance, controlled aggression, not reckless abandon, especially against quality bowling attacks. 2. England's tail wags, but for how long? Over-reliance on lower-order contributions was obvious. In almost every test, top 3 collapses put pressure on Root, Brook, and the tail. Learning. Top-order stability must be prioritized. Duckett, Crawley, and Pope must convert starts or face competition. 3. Root and Brook are still the backbone. Both batters rescued England repeatedly. Root's 105 and Brook's 111 in the 5th Test were textbook examples of temperament. Learning. Build the team around them, but give them better support and batting rhythm at the top. 4. Bowling strategy faltered without Anderson. Tongue, Overton, and Atkinson had moments, but lacked consistency.
Ow!
No true swing leader meant pressure often leaked at both ends. Learning. Develop new swing leaders urgently. Overton and Tongue need guidance, not just exposure. 5. Woke's grit is inspirational, but risky. His walkout in the 5th Test with one arm in a sling was a heroic sight. But it exposed England's lack of finishing power. Learning. Depth is not the same as durability. Find fit, match-winning lower-order all-rounders who can bat and bowl full strength. Shared lessons for both teams. Momentum matters more than reputation. England had reputations. India had momentum. The final Test proved that narrative can shift in a single session when a team believes. Captaincy can change a series. Gill out-captained Stokes in the latter tests, especially with bold calls under pressure. Instinct beat formula. And belief beat branding. Close games define series, not big wins. England's 2 wins. By 5 wickets and 22 runs. India's 2 wins by 336 runs and 6 runs. Ironically, the biggest win, 336 runs, mattered less than the tightest one, 6 runs. Why? Because close games build belief and break opposition. Final takeaway. India leave this series stronger, clearer, and future-ready. England leave it lucky to escape, and urgently in need of a rethink. 2-2-2 on the board. But in the dressing rooms, India are already 1-0 ahead. India's great escape at Old Trafford. A test of character. Grit, an unyielding spirit in the heart of Manchester. Beneath the graying skies and the fierce scrutiny of history, India pulled off one of the most audacious fightbacks in recent memory. What began as a test teetering towards a crushing defeat slowly transformed into a tale of resilience, endurance, and silent heroism. The fourth test at Old Trafford didn't just end in a draw. It was a hard-earned survival story. A masterclass in mental fortitude and a stark warning. India does not go quietly. It was a test England thought they had in their pocket. At 1-4-2 in the second innings, 300 runs still to climb, just to level the scores, India looked like a team out of breath. Rishabh Pant was ruled out, their bowlers were spent, and the crowd had begun to anticipate a swift finish. But where others saw an ending, India saw a beginning. And that beginning came with the calm defiance of Shubman Gill. Already a man reborn this series, played like a captain possessed. He faced down the new ball, stared into England's eyes, and refused to blink. Every shot was a declaration. India would not fold. Partnering first with the seasoned KL Rahul, Gill stitched a partnership worth 188 runs. Their stand wasn't just about survival, it was about shifting momentum. Frustrating the bowlers and tilting the psychological scales back towards the visitors. As Rahul fell just short of a century, the next phase of resistance began. It was a new pairing, an unlikely one. But Washington Sundar and Ravindra Jadeja turned out to be India's unbreakable wall. Not just holding the line, they redrew it. Both men batted with poise and patience. Wearing down England's bowlers through 143 overs in the second innings, together they added 203 unbroken runs and ensured that India walked away not bruised but buoyed. Washington's maiden test ton and Jadeja's defiant century will go down in folklore, not for flash, but for fortitude. England threw everything they had. Ben Stokes, battling through shoulder pain and cramp, delivered one of the spells of the series. Fiery, hostile, and filled with heart. He dismissed Rahul, nearly removed Gill, and kept the flame of hope alive. But the injuries caught up. The bowlers tired. The fielders grew frustrated. Tempers frayed, and by the final hour, the match had spiraled into surrealism. Stokes offered a draw. India declined. And when part-time bowlers lobbed balls at 35 miles per hour, Jadeja lofted sixes, and Sundar jogged through for centuries. England watched, wounded and weary, as India celebrated from the balcony. Not a win, but a mighty escape. What made it all the more remarkable was the context. India had spent over 250 overs in the field, their fast bowlers were hobbling, and their talismanic keeper-batter Pant had exited the stage, injured after his act of bravery. Yet out came a team not resigned to fate, but determined to right their own. From Root's record-breaking 152 Stokes heroics. From Gill's consistency to the indomitable spirit of Jadeja and Washington, this test had everything, except a result. And that, in the end, is what made it poetic. As the teams head to the Oval for the finale, the series stands at 2-1, but in spirit, it's 2-all. India has every reason to believe, because this wasn't just a draw. This was defiance made flesh. This was the heart of Test cricket.
Mumbai Indians vs Royal Challengers Bengaluru, 7th April 2025. RCB survive Hardik Tilak storm to break 10-year Wankhede curse. Result, Royal Challengers Bengaluru to 21 for 5, Kohli 67, Patidar 64, Hardik 2 for 45, Bolt 2 for 57 beat Mumbai Indians to 0-9 for 9, Tilak 56, Hardik 42, Krunal 4 for 45, Hazelwood 2 for 37, by 12 runs. Venue, Wankhede Stadium, Mumbai. Introduction, RCB end another long drought in a thriller. RCB continued their jinx-breaking spree in IPL 2025 by clinching their first win at the Wankhede Stadium in a decade, just days after ending a 17-year drought at Chepauk. In a high-scoring clash filled with big hits, standout performances, and late drama, they held their nerve to edge past Mumbai Indians by 12 runs. It wasn't a cruise despite posting a massive 221, as Hardik Pandya and Tilak Verma threatened to pull off a miraculous heist. But the composed Krunal Pandya and death bowling brilliance from Hazlewood and Bhuvneshwar secured the crucial win. Kohli's intent lights the fuse. Trent Boult started proceedings with his 31st first-over wicket in the IPL, but it was all RCB after that. Devdutt Padikkal responded immediately with a boundary, and the aggression never stopped. Virat Kohli, often an anchor, flipped the script with a blazing 29-ball 50, his fastest since 2019. Kohli took 36 off 19 balls in the power play and displayed rare aggression against spin, unleashing slog sweeps in the middle overs. His early charge set the tone, allowing Patidar to settle at the other end. Patidar's middle-order firepower. Hardik Pandya initially choked the flow with his wide lines and pace variations, picking up the key wickets of Kohli and Livingstone in the same over. But Rajat Patidar turned the tide, launching into Hardik and dismantling Santner's figures with 20 off a single over. Patidar went from 8 off 10 to a 33-ball 64, creating the platform for a big finish. Jitesh Sharma joined the onslaught, smashing 24 off just 8 balls as Boult leaked 57 in his 4 overs, his most expensive IPL spell. Despite 3 clinical overs from Bumrah, who conceded only 14, RCB pushed the total to 221 for 5. Hazlewood and Suyash stalled the chase. The MI chase began in stuttered fashion. Hazlewood's tight lengths and Suyash Sharma's unorthodox action created early pressure. Hazlewood removed Rickalton with help from a sharp DRS call, and after the power play, MI had only 41 on the board. Suryakumar Yadav, unable to find rhythm, laboured to 8 off 13 before falling to Suyash. With Will Jacks also failing to accelerate, MI needed a miracle with 123 required off the last 8 overs. Hardik and Tilak spark hope. Enter Hardik Pandya and Tilak Verma. The pair added 89 off 34 balls, injecting belief into Me's camp. Tilak took 17 off Suyash's final over and raced to a 29-ball 56. Hardik was electric, smashing 42 off just 15 balls with a mix of straight lofts and flicked sixes. From a near-impossible equation, MI brought it down to 41 off the final 3 overs. Krunal, Bhuvneshwar and Hazlewood delivered a death bowling masterclass, yorkers, slower balls, and variations that kept MI at bay. Krunal's final blow. With 19 needed off the final over, Krunal Pandya was handed the responsibility. Bowling to his former side, he kept his composure. He dismissed Santner and Deepak Chahar, denying MI the boundaries they craved. Krunal's 4 for 45 were his best IPL figures and the final dagger in Me's hopes. Key performers. Virat Kohli, 67 from 38, blistering knock that set the tone. Rajat Patidar, 64 from 33, high-impact middle-order innings. Hardik Pandya, 42 from 15 and 2 for 45, an all-round spark that almost stole the game. Tilak Verma, 56 from 29, smart acceleration and stroke play. Krunal Pandya, 4 for 45 from 4, nerves of steel in the final over. Josh Hazlewood, 2 for 37, clinical execution in both power play and death. Final word, RCB saw, MI stagger. RCB will be elated with another statement win away from home, and the breaking of long-standing venue hoodoos. Kohli's intent, Patidar's power, and Krunal's poise were key ingredients in this balanced performance. For MI, this was a missed opportunity. Despite the late fireworks, they remain plagued by inconsistent top-order starts and leaking runs at the death. 2 losses in a row will ring alarm bells, especially with their bowling depth stretched. Final result, Royal Challengers Bengaluru won by 12 runs. Player of the match, Rajat Patidar, 64 from 33.
Lord Showdown, Archer returns, Bumrah reloads, and India eyes control. Cricket's Coliseum is ready. The stage is sacred, the stakes enormous. Lords, the hallowed home of cricket, is about to witness a potentially defining chapter in this pulsating test series as India and England prepare for a titanic third test. Off the edge burst and demolition, a 337-run obliteration delivered with conviction and class, Shubman Gill's India had seized momentum, and now with the return of their pace deity Jasprit Bumrah, the juggernaut only looks more formidable. India roars into Lords with fire in the belly. Forget Basburn. At Edgbaston, Gilball ruled. The young captain, already hailed as the heir to India's batting throne, plundered 430 runs across 2 innings, setting new standards for class and control. Gill didn't just lead. He redefined leadership. His presence, poise, and hunger transformed the team one steam transitional into a ferocious, confident force that's outbatted, outbowled, and outthought the hosts. Behind him, a resurgent bowling attack, sans Bumrah, tore through England. Akash Deep, in particular, emerged like a storm from the shadows, his 10-wicket haul flattening England and igniting belief across the Indian lineup. With Siraj relentless and Sundar and Jadeja chipping in as necessary, India didn't just win, they dominated. Key battles, Bumrah versus Archer, the jewel of the comebacks. The theater of this test deepens with the return of 2 elite quicks, Jafar Archer, after over 1,500 days in the test wilderness, and Bumrah, rested and recalibrated. It's scalpel versus sledgehammer, rhythm versus rage. Archer, back from injury, will look to relight the fire he sparked at Lord's in 2019. But Bumrah, already menacing at Headingley, returns with Lord's honours board firmly in his sights. While Archer might be England's emotional lift, Bumrah is India's strike force incarnate, cerebral, cold-blooded, and devastating when it matters most. Strategy and team outlook. India's best 11. India, probable. Yashasvi Jaswal, KL Rahul, Karan Nay, Shubman Gill, captain. Rishabh Pant, wicketkeeper. Nitish Reddy, Ravindra Jadeja, Washington Sundar, Jasprit Bumrah, Akash Deep, Mohammad Siraj. Gill is likely to stick with the winning core, with Bumrah replacing Prasid Krishna. Kuldeep Yadav may yet have to wait, as Sundar's batting adds lower order insurance. India's pace trio of Bumrah, Akash Deep, and Siraj could become the most lethal combination in world cricket. England, meanwhile, welcome Archer and persist with the fragile brilliance of baseball, a style now facing its toughest examination. Key stats and subplots. Shubman Gill is 18 runs away from passing Rahul Dravid's record for most test runs in an England Series 602 in 2002. Joe Root needs 45 runs to reach 3,000 test runs against India, the most by any batter. Chris Woakes averages 12.90 with the ball and 42.50 with the bat at Lord's, but can he withstand India's new ball venom? India has won only 3 of 19 tests at Lord's, but 2 of those have come in their last 3 visits. History is shifting. Final word. If Edgbaston was a statement, Lord's could be a seismic shift. A win here, and India will lead the series and bury goals from the 2021 near miss. With their pace pack reloaded, batting inspired, and Gill's golden run glowing brighter, India stands on the brink of history, not just winning but conquering England at home. For England, the pressure is deeper than ever. Can Root and Stokes rise? Can Archer's return deliver storybook comeback? The only certainty, Lord's is ready for battle, and India is ready to roar again.
And every heart heartbeat, feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
PSL 2025 kicks off in style. Holders fire. Munro's fantasy power ailbat to commanding win. The Pakistan Super League 2025 roared into action under the Rawalpindi lights, and it was defending champions Islamabad United who laid down a mighty marker with an emphatic 8-wicket win over Lahore Qalandars. The stage was set for a dramatic opening night, and it delivered with Jason Holder and Colin Munro stealing the spotlight. Holder, making his PSL debut, unleashed a 4-wicket spell of Carnage 4 for 26 that broke the Qalandars' backbone, while Munro 59 not out of 40 to play the role of the finisher with cool-headed assurance, guiding United to victory with 14 balls to spare. Jason Holder, big debut, big impact. Islamabad's decision to ball first proved golden, as their attack clicked early. After Rail Merdid removed Fakhrizman, it was Holder who turned the screws. With clever variations, crisp lengths, and killer instinct, he triggered a 3-wicket collapse for just 2 runs. Balled David Reeves with a beauty, ended Shaheen Afdi's cameo ambitions, and captured the key moment, dismissing the dangerous Jahandad Khan. It was a PSL debut to remember for the West Indian giant, whose control and calm set the tone for the rest of the game. Shafiq shines alone for Lahore. Amidst the wreckage of Lahore's innings, Abdullah Shafiq stood tall. Timing the ball sweetly and attacking both pace and spin, he scored a classy 66 off 38. His footwork against the spinners and flicks against seamers lit up the evening briefly, but with little support from the other end, the Qalandars crumbled to 139 all out. Even a decent mid-innings partnership with Sikandar Razak couldn't steady the ship, as wickets kept tumbling, thanks largely to Shadab Khan for 25 and Holder's havoc. Munro, Aga sealed the deal. In reply, Islamabad didn't need fireworks, they needed maturity, and Colin Munro delivered. After a cautious start, he shifted gears with clean hits down the ground and intelligent placement. Supported by Salman 41 of 31, the pair stitched a match-winning partnership that turned the chase into a formality. When Munro smoked Shaheen for a 6-over extra cover and Agha carved Jahandad for 4 more, United's dominance was crystal clear. They crossed the finish line at 143 for 2, looking every bit like champions in control of their campaign. What it means: Islamabad United start strong in their title defense. Lahore Qalandars need answers, especially with their middle-order fragility exposed. Jason Holder is PSL's new X-Factor, and Munro's class remains evergreen. Stay plugged in. PSL Fever is here. Want exclusive access, deals, and PSL 2025 perks? See video description. Squared versus Islamabad United versus Multan Sultan's Wednesday Showdown. Get your jerseys, grab your popcorn, and don't forget, this PSL isn't just a tournament. It's Upna X.
England crush West Indies as Brooke era begins with a bang. Edgbaston, May 29th, 2025, first men's ODI. In a performance that could only be described as a dream debut for a new captain, Harry Brooke led England to a massive 238-run victory over the West Indies at Edgbaston, igniting hopes of a bold new chapter for English cricket. Not only was it a win, it was a statement of renewal. A statement performance, 400 plus and ruthless with the ball. Winning the toss and electing to bat would have been the traditional move, but being put in gave Brooks England the chance to dictate, not react. And dictate they did. England 400 for 8 in 50 overs. West Indies all out for 162 in 30.3 overs. From the opening 10 overs, England batted like a team with purpose, maturity, and firepower. It marked a reversal of their recent ODI woes, snapping a 7-match losing streak, their worst since 2000-2001. Batting highlights: intent meets intelligence. Jacob Bethel, 82 off 52 dynamic. His late innings acceleration, scoring 56 off his last 22 balls, turned a great score into an imposing one. Harry Brooke, 58 off 47. Calm, authoritative, and fluent. A captain's knock that set the tone. Ben Duckett and Jamie Smith set the tone early with an assertive 90-run power play. Will Jack's 45 off 22, a late innings blitzkrieg with Bethel that left the Windies reeling. The team struck the ideal ODI balance. Build with tempo, explode late. Bowling brilliance, ruthless and relentless. England's bowlers backed up the batters perfectly. Saqib Mahmood and Jamie Overton, 3 wickets each, mixing pace with discipline. Brooks' record 5 catches underlined his fielding instincts and positional intelligence. West Indies were never in the chase. The collapse was stark. Only Seals 29 showed resistance. Their power play score of 45 for 3 quickly unraveled into chaos. Brooks' message: forget the past, embrace the new. In his post-match interview, Brooks' tone was philosophical yet forward-looking. We're trying to forget about the past, take one game at a time. We done pretty well today. Hopefully we can top that. It wasn't just about victory, it was about rewriting the script. England's recent ODI form had been dismal, and Brooke knows results must replace reputations. West Indies falter, tactical confusion, and indiscipline. Head coach Darren Sammy was visibly frustrated post-match. Our bowlers were not disciplined enough. We were chasing the game from early. Captain Shai Hope's decision to bowl first backfired as the Windies failed to maintain tight lines, especially on a surface that demanded it. With square boundaries easily accessible, the lack of discipline proved fatal. What this means going forward: England's new era could not have started on a better note. The squad, featuring young blood like Bethel, Jacks, and Smith, offers depth, clarity, and fearlessness. For the West Indies, it's back to the drawing board. Their batting fragility and bowling inconsistency remain pressing concerns. Player of the match, Jacob Bethel, for his match-defining 82 in a crucial phase. Bethel takes the honor. His innings changed the tempo and ensured England crossed the psychological 400-run barrier. Final word: this wasn't just a victory, it was a cleansing. England's white ball side needed a fresh spark after years of inconsistent returns, and Brooks' men lit the flame in style. It's early days, but if this match is a sign of things to come, English fans have every reason to dream again.
Here are 5 well-reasoned and insightful factors that contributed to South Africa's historic victory in the 2025 World Test Championship final at Lord's. 1. Aiden Markram's career, defining fourth innings century. Markram's epic 136 in the fourth innings was the cornerstone of South Africa's triumph. Facing one of the world's most fearsome bowling attacks under pressure, he combined composure, stroke play, and intelligent tempo control to script one of the finest run chases in Test history. His ability to absorb pressure and then dominate when needed was vital, especially after the early loss of Bavuma on day 4. 2. The unbreakable grit of Temba Bavuma. Battling through a painful hamstring strain, Bavuma's 66 in the third innings was as much about mental toughness as technique. His 147-run partnership with Markram not only stabilized the chase but also demoralized Australia's bowlers. His decision to continue batting despite the injury embodied South Africa's resilience and leadership under fire. 3. Rabadar's ruthless bowling across both innings. Kagiso Rabada once again proved why he was among the finest fast bowlers of his era. With match figures of 9 wickets, including a 5-for in the first innings, he shattered Australia's top and lower order and helped South Africa limit the first innings deficit. His aggression, accuracy, and use of lowered slope were critical in ensuring Australia never posted a commanding score. 4. Tactical discipline and depth in bowling. South Africa's bowling unit showed exceptional control and depth. From Jyanti's crucial middle-order strikes to Jansen's sustained hostility, they never let Australia settle. Bo Webster's vital wicket and even Markram's golden arm at key moments added balance. They consistently bowled to plans, exploited conditions, and applied pressure over long periods. 5. Mental fortitude and historical motivation. Years of near misses, including semi-final heartbreaks and the infamous Chokers tag, had forged a team of hardened competitors. This final became a mission of national pride. They played with a clear mindset, aggressive, brave, and fearless, refusing to be cowed by Australia's pedigree or past failures. The emotional drive to make history inspired them to rise above pressured expectation. These 5 factors combine technical excellence, strategic intelligence, and emotional resilience, delivering a complete team performance and a moment that will be etched forever in South African cricket folklore.
Sharma back to his majestic best as India marched towards victory in Cuttack. A vintage Rohit Sharma special. Rohit Sharma's bat roared back to life in spectacular fashion as he led India's charge in the second ODI against England at Cuttack. With a majestic 119 off just 90 balls, the Indian captain showcased a masterclass in controlled aggression, bringing back memories of his best days in white ball cricket. His innings not only put India on the brink of a comfortable victory but also reaffirmed his status as one of the finest ODI batters of his generation. Dominance from the start. From the moment Sharma took the crease, there was a sense of assurance in his approach. While Shubman Gill provided early momentum with crisp stroke play, Rohit signaled his intent with effortless sixes, demonstrating his supreme ability to dictate the game. England's pacers, including Mark Wood and Saqib Mahmood, struggled to contain him as he found the boundary at will. His knock was a perfect blend of precision and power. Notably, he brought up his 50 in just 30 balls, a testament to his aggressive yet calculated mindset. His signature pull shot was on full display, with the England bowlers facing the brunt of his wrath every time they tested him with a short ball. The century that announced his return. There was no doubt that this was Rohit Sharma's night. His century came in just 76 balls, an innings punctuated by elegant cover drives, exquisite flicks, and towering sixes. The moment he reached three figures, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause, knowing they were witnessing a master at work. It was a particularly significant knock given his struggles in recent series. Questions had been raised about his form, but tonight, Sharma silenced every doubter with an innings that underlined his sheer class. He batted with supreme confidence, his footwork precise, and his shot selection impeccable. England's bowling efforts fall short. England's bowling unit had no answers to Sharma's dominance. Mark Wood and Gus Atkinson tried to pepper him with pace, but he countered with impeccable placement. Liam Livingstone finally broke the resistance, dismissing Sharma for 119 when he miscued a full toss to mid-wicket, but by then, the damage had been done. Shreyas Iyer played the supporting role to perfection, ensuring India remained in complete control of the chase. With the required run rate well within grasp, India seemed poised to wrap up the match with plenty of deliveries to spare. A statement knock ahead of a crucial year. This innings was more than just a century, it was a statement from Rohit Sharma. Heading into a crucial phase in Indian cricket, where leadership and performance will be key, his return to form is a huge boost for the team. His 49th international century now places him just one shy of the legendary Sachin Tendulkar's milestone of 50 international tons. With this emphatic display, Sharma has not only rekindled hopes of a dominant year for Indian cricket, but also reminded the world why he remains one of the most feared batters in the game. Key highlights of Rohit Sharma's innings. Runs scored, 119 off 90 balls. Boundaries, 12 fours, 7 sixes. Strike rate, 132.22. 50 in 30 balls. Century in 76 balls. Dismissed by Livingstone, C. Rashid B. Livingstone. As India cruises towards victory, the biggest takeaway from this match is the resurgence of Rohit Sharma. The hitman is back, and he means business.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Australia versus South Africa abandoned due to relentless rain in Rawalpindi. Crucial knockout scenarios emerge after washout. The much-anticipated ICC Champions Trophy 2025 group stage clash between Australia and South Africa in Rawalpindi ended in disappointment as persistent rain washed out the match without a single ball being balled. This abandonment has significant ramifications for the tournament standings, with Afghanistan versus England now becoming a virtual knockout match. 1. How the washout impacts the tournament standings. With no result from this game, both Australia and South Africa receive 1 point each, which puts them in a strong position to qualify for the semifinals. However, it also means the battle for the remaining semifinal spots intensifies. Updated Group B scenario. Australia and South Africa remain in the top 2 spots but must win their final group stage games to secure qualification. England versus Afghanistan, 26 February, is now a knockout game. The losing team will be eliminated from the tournament. If Afghanistan and England win their remaining matches, it could create a scenario where net run rate, NRR, becomes decisive. 2 knockout implications. England versus Afghanistan becomes do or die. This washout makes the upcoming match between England and Afghanistan the most crucial of the tournament so far. The losing team will be eliminated from the Champions Trophy. The winner will have to win their final game against Australia or South Africa to stay alive. If both Afghanistan and England win their final 2 matches, it could create a 3-way tie with NRR deciding the qualifiers. Essentially, the stakes have skyrocketed and the pressure is immense on both teams. 3. Australia versus South Africa, a rivalry denied by weather. This was said to be the first ever meeting between Australia and South Africa in a Champions Trophy, adding further anticipation to an already heated rivalry. The 2 teams last met in the 2023 ODI World Cup semi-final, where Australia emerged victorious. Head-to-head record in ICC events, now including this washout. Australia, 4 wins. South Africa, 3 wins. 1 tie, 1999 World Cup. 1 washout, 2025 Champions Trophy. For South Africa, this was a chance to break their ICC knockout hoodoo against Australia. But with the rain playing spoilsport, they will now shift their focus to securing a semi-final berth against England. 4 tactical considerations and squad updates. South Africa's Klaasen watch. Henrik Klaasen's injury status remains uncertain, but the washout has given him 3 more days to recover. If fit, he will be a major boost for South Africa, particularly in the middle overs against England's bowlers. Australia's preparation for Afghanistan. Australia now have extra time to plan for their encounter with Afghanistan, a must-win game to confirm their semi-final spot. Expect Mitchell Starc and George Hazelwood to be fresh and ready to exploit Afghanistan's vulnerability against pace. 5. The bigger picture. Semi-final spots up for grabs. What each team needs to do to qualify for the semi-finals. Australia. Win against Afghanistan to secure qualification. South Africa. Win against England to book their spot. England and Afghanistan must win both of their remaining matches to qualify. This washout has made the final round of group stage matches even more intense, setting up potential virtual quarterfinals. 6. What's next? Key upcoming matches. Upcoming fixtures and their importance. England versus Afghanistan, 26 February. Loser is eliminated fire. Australia versus Afghanistan, 28 February. Australia must win to qualify. South Africa versus England, 1st March. South Africa must win to qualify. With everything on the line, the remaining matches are set to be high-stakes thrillers, making up for the disappointment of the washout. Conclusion: rain plays spoilsport, but the tournament gets even more exciting. While Australia versus South Africa being abandoned was a frustrating outcome, it has dramatically intensified the race for semi-final qualification. With England and Afghanistan now in a must-win situation, every match from here on out could shape the fate of the tournament. The battle for the Final Four is wide open, and cricket fans can expect fireworks in the coming days.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
King Kohli commands another chasers RCBN home drought ATM Chinnaswamy Stadium, Bengaluru, the 20th of April, 2025. Punjab Kings 158-470 OFF 20 overs. Royal Challengers Bengaluru 161-430 OFF 18.5 overs. RCB won by 7 wickets. There's something majestic about watching Virat Kohli chasing red and gold. At a ground that's seen heartbreak and heavy scores, Kohli brought his characteristic calm to guide Royal Challengers Bengaluru RCB to their first home win of the season, ending a hat-trick of defeats at the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium in IPL 2025. Chasing Modder's yet tricky 159 on a sticky pitch, RCB crossed the finish line with 7 balls to spare, thanks to a masterful 75 OFF 54 balls from their talisman, ably supported by Devdutt Padikkal's blazing 61. Kohli reclaims the chase throne. The target wasn't massive, but on a 2-pace surface where even timing was a luxury, the chase required poise. Kohli provided that, like he's done so many times before. He paced his innings perfectly, soaking up pressure and pouncing when it mattered most. His 50 came in 43 balls, with delicate dabs, elegant flicks, and a few fiery whips to boundary, including a ramp over third and a lofted 6 off chole that was vintage Kohli. The fact that he was there at the end, calmly watching Jitesh Sharma seal the match with a 6, spoke volumes. RCB needed 36 off 30 when Kohli took the reins fully. By the time the match ended, he had orchestrated a finish that was fluent, measured, and filled with intent. Padikkal's poise sets the platform. If Kohli was a finisher, Devdutt Padikkal was the igniter. After the early wicket of Phil Salt 4-1, Padikkal came in as the impact player and looked a class above. His 35-ball 61 was a beautiful blend of composure and aggression, highlighted by 4 fours and as many 6s, including a cracking pull-off Bartlett and a classy loft over mid-on. He raised his 50 off 31 balls, ensuring RCB never felt scoreboard pressure. The 88-run partnership between him and Kohli laid the perfect foundation. Just as he was looking to finish the job, he mistimed a slog off Harpreet Brar and fell to a smart catch at the boundary. But the damage was done. PBKS bowlers offer resistance. To their credit, Punjab Kings didn't go down without a fight. On a pitch that offered some grip but little tone, Harpreet Brar 1-4-27 and Yuzvendra Chahal 1-4-36 slowed things down for the middle overs, picking up Padikkal and Rajat Patidar respectively. Arshdeep Singh, despite not being at his menacing best, kept things tight early in return for a disciplined spell. But defending 158 was always going to need a knee-perfect effort, and PBKS lacked a bite at the death. Wadhura, Jansen Shine would bat for PBKS. Earlier, PBKS's innings was a study in momentum lost. After Prabsimran Singh 33 off 17 and Priyansh Arya 22 off 15 gave them a quick start, the middle order caved under RCB's disciplined bowling. Josh Inglis 29 off 17 tried to rebuild, but his dismissal to Suyash Sharma triggered a slowdown. It took a gritty 31 from Shashank Singh and a handy cameo from Marco Jansen 25 to push PBKS to 158, a total that looked competitive at halfway, especially given the pitch. Hazelwood and Arshdeep start the fireworks. RCB's bowlers, especially Josh Hazelwood 3 for 14, were the stars of the first innings. His nagging length and subtle seam movement broke the PBKS top order. He was supported by Bhuvneshwar Kumar 2 for 26, who used the pitch smartly to restrict runs at the death. This was a platform that gave Kohli and Padikkal the breathing space to play with authority. Turning points. Padikkal's counterattack after Salt's early wicket, shifting momentum early in the chase. Hazelwood's 3-wicket burst, which prevented PBKS from even dreaming of 170 plus. Kohli's calm finish, including a ramp and a straight six that crushed PBKS's final hopes. Final word. RCB, once labeled vulnerable at home, have finally reversed that narrative. Kohli's composure, Padikkal's intent, and a solid bowling performance mean they now move up the IPL 2025 table with belief. For PBKS, it's another so close, yet so far tale. Their batting lacked the killer blow, and their bowlers, despite effort, couldn't contain King Kohli. Player of the match, Virat Kohli, 75 off 54 balls.
Bowlers and Salt combine as RCB storm into IPL final after 9 years. Venue, new. Match, IPL 2025 Qualifier 1. Result, Royal Challengers RCB beat Kings PBKs by 8 wickets. RCB into final, PBKs gets another chance through the eliminators. A ruthless RCB display powered by bowlers and blistering Salt. In a spectacular display of seam, spin, and Salt-powered savagery, Royal Challengers dismantled Kings to charge into their first IPL final since 2016, ending a 9-year wait. A disciplined, ferocious bowling attack backed up by an explosive knock from Phil Salt ensured RCB made light work of PBK's modest total of 101, sealing victory by 8 wickets with a whopping 60 balls to spare. RCB bowlers wreak havoc on a tricky pitch. The win was built on a relentless display of fast bowling precision and deceptive spin. Hazelwood, returning with quite authority, was simply unplayable. On a pitch with bounce and seam, he found perfect lengths to challenge the horizontal bat shots of PBKS's batters. Dismissing and wingless, Hazelwood extracted steep bounce and just enough deviation to keep edges flying and batters guessing. His control set the tone early. Who has grown in confidence this season, backed him up with well-directed pace at the body, mixing short balls with skiddy length deliveries. His tight spells helped strangle the lower middle order, leaving no room for recovery. And then came the surprise package. With his whippy action and unreadable googlies, dismantled PBKS's illusions of fight back. Marcus Stoinis and debutant Mushir all misread his wrongins, committing to premeditated slog sweeps on a pitch that demanded reading of the pitch. His 3-wicket haul wasn't just statistical, it was surgical. Phil Salt, the calm within the storm. As the ball nipped and bounced under the lights, many expected a nervy chase, but Phil Salt took the game by the scruff of the neck and demolished that narrative. He began fluently, showing intent from the outset, and then launched a full assault in the power play. He smashed a 23-ball 50, his fastest in IPL, with stunning balance and impeccable timing. His ability to punish width and loft over extra cover at will made him nearly unplayable. What stood out wasn't just the strike rate, but the clarity of execution. Even as Kyle Jamieson and Sam Curran probed with decent movement, Salt latched onto the first poor delivery and dispatched it. 1 over from Jamieson went for 21, including a ferocious cut, a pull, and a regal cover drive. Salt's assault rendered the conditions irrelevant. It became a mere formality after he was done. Strategic depth and execution. RCB's bowling strategy, fast, short, into the body, mixed with sharp wrist spin, was perfect for the surface. The batters didn't need to be heroes, just sensible. Salt went above and beyond. It was also telling how RCB read the pitch better than PBKs, adapted quicker, and didn't allow scoreboard pressure to change their plans. PBKs, on the other hand, stuck blindly to their aggressive playbook, even when it was clearly leading them to a cliff. Verdict: a team reborn. This was not a one-man show. It was a cohesive, balanced, and composed team performance, exactly the kind RCB were missing in previous years. Hazelwood's control, their deception, aggression, and Salt's decisiveness have given this side a new character, one that's more method than madness. RCB now march into the final with confidence and cohesion. And for the first time in years, you get the feeling they're not just hoping to win the IPL, they're expecting to.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Java India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
India, overloaded with strengths, minimal weaknesses. Reigning world champions still unbeaten. India entered this Asia Cup not as challengers, but as rulers. They won the 2024 T20 World Cup unbeaten, a feat no other team has achieved in the modern era of competitive T20 cricket. Since then, they've only grown stronger, evolving from a star-heavy team into a finely tuned unit with clarity of roles, fearless intent, and depth that no other Asian side can match. Where Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh still oscillate between rebuilding phases and streaky form, India arrives the most stable, confident, and battle-hardened side in T20I cricket today. Batting firepower. Problems aplenty. India's batting riches are such that Yashasvi Jaiswal, one of the brightest T20 talents in the world, can't even make the 11. That says it all. Abhishek Sharma plus Shubman Gill. A fearless right-left opening combo, both capable of clearing the ropes inside the power play. Gill's strike rate of 155 plus in IPL 2025 shows his married consistency with aggression. Tilak Varma plus Suryakumar Yadav, a rock-solid yet explosive middle order. Skywai, still the world's best T20 batter, provides audacity, innovation, and leadership as captain. Jitesh Sharma, a natural finisher who thrives against both spin and pace, offering a wicket-keeping option. Hardik Pandya plus Axar Patel, proven all-rounders who lengthen the batting and bring balance. Rinku Singh, Samson Ju, bench, all can walk into most international T20 sides, but here they are backups. India's depth is staggering. This is a batting order built not to survive, but to dominate. IPL has been the perfect proving ground. Every batter in this squad is used to high pressure, hostile conditions, and match-winning expectations. Bowling arsenal, variety plus match winners. The bowling unit is equally terrifying. Jasprit Bumrah, still the gold standard in death overs. His economy in the last 2 overs of an innings is unmatched. Kuldeep Yadav and Varun Chakravarti, dual mystery spinners who can choke scoring and break partnerships. Hardik Pandya and Harshit Rana, the seam bowling all-rounders who offer flexibility. Harshit's inclusion at number 8 is designed to fix India's only lingering issue, the lack of a bowler who can clear the ropes. Arshdeep Singh, bench, left-arm variation and power. Play wickets if required. With spin-friendly options, death specialists, and multiple rounders, India have every match situation covered. IPL Edge, the strongest school in the world. No team in Asia, indeed in world cricket, enjoys the pipeline of skill and temperament that the IPL produces. Every Indian squad member is tested annually against the world's best players in front of high-pressure crowds, in knockout games, and under lights. When Abhishek Sharma takes on Shaheen Afridi, or Jitesh Sharma faces Rashid Khan, it isn't new. They've faced him in the IPL already. That experience translates directly into fearlessness on the international stage. The only weak spot, number 8 batter. The only concern that lingers is at number 8. India need bowlers who can also clear the boundary. This is why Harshit Rana has been backed over Prasidh Krishna despite Prasidh's excellent IPL 2025. If Harshit delivers, India essentially erase their only vulnerability. If not, the top 7 may occasionally feel forced to bat with more caution. Still, with Hardik Aksar and the aggressive batting philosophy instilled since 2023, this issue is tactical, not structural. Form plus mentality equals favorites. Since the T20 World Cup triumph, India's record has been outstanding. They have not just been winning, but winning with a swagger. Oppositions know they cannot simply hope to outbat or outbowl India. They must produce something extraordinary to even compete. The squad oozes confidence, has clearly defined roles, and carries the aura of champions. Where other teams are juggling combinations, India's players come in with settled roles, IPL-hardened skills, and a ruthless mindset. Final word. Why should India win the Asia Cup easily? Because they are world champions and unbeaten in major tournaments. Blessed with unrivaled depth, a second-string India could still reach the final. Powered by IPL, hardened players who thrive under pressure. Balanced across departments with both mystery spin and death overs mastery. In irresistible form, led by Surya Kumar Yadav's attacking vision. The Asia Cup will be competitive, but realistically, India start not just as favorites, but as overwhelming favorites. Anything less than the trophy will be considered an underachievement.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Destined to dominate how India can win the WTC trophy and conquer the Test world. They say Test cricket is the ultimate challenge of patience, skill, and heart. But in the modern era, it's also a test of depth, adaptability, and ambition. And no team right now is better positioned to rise to the top than India, not just to compete in the World Test Championship, but to win it outright and become the most dominant force in red ball cricket. This isn't a dream. It's a blueprint. And the path begins right now. Trophy to trophy that matters. World Test Championship glory. The WTC trophy isn't just a cup. It's the summit of Test cricket, a battle of consistency and brilliance over 2 long, grueling years. It rewards teams that play brave cricket, home and away, and punish those who falter even slightly. India have come close, twice. Runners-up in both previous cycles. The time for heartbreak is over. Now is the time for history. To get there, India must navigate a complex maze with Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, and others lying in wait. But the truth is, India have everything it takes to not just win, but dominate. Mapping the road. Points, PCT, and precision. In the WTC, it's not just about wins. It's about the percentage of points contested, PCT. A win gets you 12 points. A draw gives you 4. But slow over rates, they cost you. Rain-affected draws, they drag you down. That's why clarity and killer instinct matter. India's upcoming fixtures include a home series against Australia, 5 tests of high-stakes rivalry. Tours to South Africa and New Zealand, historically tough. Additional home fixtures against Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. The most important chunk? Beating Australia 4-0 or better at home. That alone could push India's PCT comfortably into the mid-60s, right into the WTC final zone. It would allow them to breathe, while the rest scramble for points. Fire skill meets firepower. India's depth is their secret weapon. India's 2025 Test Series in England revealed something beautiful. A new golden generation is rising. Shubman Gill has emerged not just as a batsman, but as a leader, confident, calm, and creative. Yashasvi Jaiswal is a revelation, aggressive, composed, fearless. Dhruv Jurel behind the stumps is ice cold under pressure. Prasid Krishna and Akash Deep offer genuine pace and bounce perfect for overseas challenges. And that's just the beginning. Players like KL Rahul, Karan Nay, and even Sai Sudarshan offer strength in the middle. Spin is covered by Jadeja, Kuldeep, and potentially Axar Patel. Fast bowling depth includes Suresh, Sharda, and if fit, the kingpin himself, Jasprit Bumrah. This isn't a team. It's an army. Bullseye tactically tuned, mentally ready. What separates great teams from world champions? Decision-making under pressure. India's approach under Gill and coach Gautam Gambhir is refreshingly sharp. Attacking declarations that force results. Flexible field settings, adapting to match rhythms. Trust in young players, allowing bold decisions at critical times. Against England, India didn't just fight. They led. Even when results slipped, intent never did. That's the DNA of a champion side. Australian. How to beat the big dogs. Australia, SANZ. Let's talk about the Giants. Australia. India's greatest rivals. To beat them at home, tailor the pitches for spin and reverse swing. Unleash Jadeja early. Keep Siraj and Praz rotating. Neutralize Labuschagne and Smith with smart fields and short bursts. Use Gill's instinct to unsettle Cummins' field placements. South Africa. The African fortress is hard to breach, but India came close before. Use pace, Siraj, Bumrah, and Prasid. Play 3 seamers and 1 spinner all-rounder. Apply scoreboard pressure and stretch the game into day 5. SA's batting depth has cracks. Expose them early. New Zealand. Swing-friendly conditions need confident footwork. India's young top order can flourish if they play late and trust a straight ball. Don't let the Kiwis build partnerships. Attack with pace, suffocate with left-arm spin, and pile on 400-plus runs to force results. The psychological game. Champions think differently. Winning the WTC won't just be about ability, it will be about belief. And this team, this post-Kohli, post-Rohit, post-Pujara era team believes. Because they aren't living in anyone's shadow. They're writing their own story. They don't rely on legends. They rely on each other. They don't wait to be told. They take the moment. From the youngest debutant to the coolest campaigner, this team plays like a unit, for each other, for the flag, for the legacy. Checkered flag final strategy. 5 things India must do to win the WTC. Dominate Australia at home. 4-0 or 5-0 makes the rest of the campaign manageable. Avoid soft draws. Turn strong positions into wins. Every win is 12 points. Rotate smartly. Keep players fresh without losing intensity. Punish weak oppositions. Don't just beat Bangladesh or Sri Lanka. Bulldoze them. Maintain over rates. No freebies. No slow sessions. Stay sharp. Writing hand hash final word. The trophy is there. Now take it. India has been knocking on the door of Test cricket's highest honor for too long. Now they have the captain, the coach, the bench, and the belief. This World Test Championship isn't just a goal. It's a calling. And if they walk this path with courage, consistency, and clarity, then in June 2027, at Lord's or the Oval, India will lift the WTC trophy, not just as winners, but as rulers of the Test world.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Jadran's record 177. Omudzai's 5-4 stun England as Afghanistan march on. Lahore, ICC Champions Trophy 2025. In what will go down as one of the most memorable victories in Afghanistan's cricketing history, Ibrahim Jadran's majestic 177 and Aj Omli's 5-wicket haul propelled Afghanistan to a stunning 8-run victory over England, knocking the 2019 champions out of the ICC Champions Trophy. England, despite Joe Root's first ODI century since the 2019 World Cup, faltered in a thrilling run chase, failing to overhaul Afghanistan's total of 325. This victory, following their famous World Cup upset in 2023, marks Afghanistan's continued rise as a formidable force in world cricket. 1. Afghanistan's innings, Jadran's record-breaking knock. Choosing to bat first, Afghanistan's start was anything but ideal, as Jofra Archer's fiery opening spell reduced them to 37 for 3 inside 9 overs. England seemed to have the upper hand early on, but what followed was an innings of extraordinary resilience led by Ibrahim Jadran's Kiribis 177 off 146 balls, the highest ever individual score in Champions Trophy history. Key highlights of Afghanistan's innings: Jadran's composure and acceleration. He weathered the early storm, reaching his first 50 of 65 balls, his century of 106, before exploding in the latter part of his innings. Middle order contributions: Hashnullah Shadi, 1942, Ajmalullah Omarzai, 41 of 31, and Mohammad Nabi, 40 of 24, provided critical partnerships. Exploiting England's spin and dead bowling struggles, England's lack of specialist spinners hurt them, with Jadran and Nabi punishing Joe Root's part-time off spin in the 47th over for 23 runs. A statement finish: Jadran's late assault against Archer, who had already claimed 3 wickets, saw him surpass Ben Duckett's 165, setting a new record in the tournament. Afghanistan's final total of 325 for 7 was a remarkable turnaround from their dire early position, giving their bowlers a competitive target to defend. To England's chase, Root's heroics in vain as Omarzai runs riot. England's target of 326, while daunting, wasn't insurmountable. However, early wickets once again left them on the back foot. Phil Salt was bowled by Omarzai's skiddy delivery in the opening over, and Jamie Smith's rash shot against Nabi saw England slip to 44 for 2. Key moments in England's chase: Root's classical knock. Amidst the chaos, Joe Root played one of his best ODI innings in years. His 120 of 111 balls, his first century since 2019, kept England alive. A fragile middle order, despite brief cameos from Ben Duckett, 1938, Harry Brook, 25, and Jos Buttler, 38, none converted starts into a match-winning contribution. Omarzai's game-changing spell: just as Root looked set to anchor England home, Omarzai's pace variations and the ability to extract bounce turned the game on its head. Root's departure: 44th over with 58 runs needed of 36 balls. Root attempted an audacious ramp shot, but only managed to glove it to the keeper. Overton and Archer's late fight back. Jamie Overton's 32, 28, gave England hope, but his mistimed shot to long on left Jofra Archer with 13 needed from 8 balls. Final blow: with England needing 9 runs of the last balls, Rashid attempted a big shot but holed out to none other than Jadran, sealing Afghanistan's unforgettable win. 3. Why this win is so important for Afghanistan. This victory is more than just another upset. It is a statement to the world that Afghanistan are no longer just underdogs. They are a team that can outclass the best on their day. Key takeaways from Afghanistan's performance: Jadran's rise as a world-class batter. His 177 is now the highest score by an Afghan in ODIs, and his ability to dominate against an experienced attack bodes well for Afghanistan's future. Omarzai, the game changer. His all-round performance, 41 runs and 5 wickets, showcases immense talent and the ability to deliver in clutch moments. Tactical brilliance. Unlike in previous tournaments where Afghanistan have crumbled in pressure moments, this time they executed their plans perfectly, particularly with their death bowling. For England's downfall, what went wrong? 1. Lack of a stable middle order. Despite Root's brilliance, England's middle order failed to build meaningful partnerships. Duckett, Brook, and Buttler all looked good, but none stayed long enough to see the chase through. 2. Death bowling issues. With Mark Wood struggling with injury, England lacked firepower in the final overs, allowing Afghanistan to capitalize. Root and Livingstone's part-time overs further exposed their lack of bowling depth. 3. Jos Buttler's captaincy under scrutiny. This defeat will put Butler under serious pressure as captain. With England already eliminated, discussions about his future as ODI skipper are inevitable. 5. Afghanistan's path forward. Can they secure a semi-final spot? With this win, Afghanistan remain in contention for a semi-final berth. But their next game against Australia is critical. If they can replicate this performance, they could pull off another historic achievement by reaching the knockouts. Upcoming match, Afghanistan versus Australia. A win here will see Afghanistan break new ground in ICC tournaments. 6. Conclusion. A night of glory for Afghanistan, a tournament to forget for England. This victory cements Afghanistan's place as one of the most exciting teams in world cricket. With Jadran's record-breaking knock and Omarzai's match-winning spell, Afghanistan have announced themselves as legitimate threats in global tournaments. For England, it's the end of a disappointing campaign. While Root's return to form is a positive, major questions remain about their team composition, leadership, and strategy moving forward. As Afghanistan looks ahead to another potential giant-killing act against Australia, one thing is certain: they are no longer just a feel-good story. They are contenders.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Jumba India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, Voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
The Oval Reckoning, India's final march to glory. As day 4 dawns over the Oval, there's a quiet buzz, not just in the crowd, but in the very air. India stand on the brink of something momentous. 8 wickets away from leveling a series that once looked lost. 8 dismissals from turning despair into dominance.
And what a journey it has been.
Let's take a breath and rewind.
Indian Yashasvi Jaiswal.
6 centuries in, and this one felt different. This wasn't just 100. This was a declaration. With sea wags of swag and Dravid's discipline, he cut, drove, and danced his way past the tired English seamers. No one scores this fluently on day 3 as they're in complete control. He was. From first ball to his final swat to deep point.
Shield hash ak, ash deep.
When he walked out as night watchman, few thought much of it. But on this pitch, under pressure, he batted like a man who believed he belonged. A swat over mid-on, a chest-thumping 50, and most of all, a 107-run stand that broke England's resolve. This wasn't just a cameo. This was the moment India turned the tide. Herb Ravindra Jadeja. Batting average of 50-plus in the series. Wickets in the bank. Energy eternal. Your danger is no longer a utility player. He is the player. When he turns up, India rises. His knock of 53 may not make headlines, but it held up the sky when others had walked back. And on this final day, he'll return, with ball in hand and eyes locked on roots off stump.
Fire Washington Sundar.
He played like a man set loose. 4 sixes, a 39-ball half-century, a final flourish that turned 335 into a monstrous 374. And it wasn't just the shots. It was a statement. We will not let up. We will not let go. We will fight till the last run is made.
Bomb Mohammad Siraj.
Final over, final ball. The shadows lengthen. And suddenly, clatter, Crowley stumps cartwheel. The crowd roars. Siraj roars louder. That moment might just be the one that broke England's back. With Boomer gone, Siraj has become the fire India breathes through.
Captain Shubman Gill.
He hasn't lit up London with the bat, but as a leader, astute, calm, calculated, holding Siraj back, crowding the ring, setting deep points early. Gill's tactical clarity and quiet aggression has mirrored India's own rebirth. Bullseye, and now, day 4. The endgame. The target is simple. 8 wickets. The plan? Siraj strikes early. A 2-over spell with a new ball, testing Pope with steep bounce and pace. Jadeja locks down the offside, spinning webs of doubt and dragging Root into a trap he's danced around before. Sundar at the other end, darting in, angling across, holding down Duckett or Brook. His line, a tightrope. His intent, unmistakable. Akash Deep relieves the pressure, bouncing out the tail with sharp effort balls and hostile angles. And Gilded General, rotating his attack like a grandmaster moving rooks and bishops, patiently cornering the king.
Fireworks, because this isn't just another day of Test cricket. This is India's chance to roar back, to snatch a drawn series from the jaws of collapse, to silence the baseball drums with discipline, daring, and drama. The Oval knows history. Today, it might just witness it again. India stand at the edge of glory, and they will not go quietly.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch. Of our India rising high, underneath the pain the sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, quick-beating hearts forevermore.
England versus India Test Series 2025 full series preview. Can India truly dominate England 5-0 on their own turf? The context. England and India begin a fiery 5-match test series at Headingley this Friday, with India ushering in a bold new era under Captain Shubman Gill, and England recalibrating after a mixed winter and a transitional period post James Anderson. This series is a test of depth, character, and adaptability. England, buoyed by the baseball philosophy, will face perhaps their sternest home challenge in recent memory. India, missing Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, will rely on youth, strategic experimentation, and elite fast bowling to shock the English. Series details. Duration June to July 2025. Venues, Headingley, Lords, Old Trafford, Edgbaston, the Oval. Storylines to watch. Can India sweep 5-0? Bold, yes, but impossible? No. While a 5-0 away sweep is unprecedented for India and England, the current side has enough raw talent and tactical steel to dream big. Jasper Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj, and Mukesh Kumar provide pace, reverse swing, and hostility. Spin pairing of Ravindra Jadeja and Kuldeep Yadav could thrive on dry July wickets. Shubman Gill, Yashasvi Jaiswal, and KL Rahul will need to step up without Kohli and Rohit. India's bench, including Ruturaj Gaikwad, Sarfraz Khan, and Rajat Patidar, is rich and hungry. But England have not lost a home series since 2014. Even Australia, the WTC winners, couldn't beat them outright last summer. Strength versus strength. England's edge. Home advantage, familiar pitches, and swing conditions. Chris Woakes nearly unplayable at home. A resurgent Joe Root, powerful Ben Stokes, and the Bazball energy. Jamie Smith, Zach Crawley, Pope, and Bethel are beginning to flourish in the top order. Shoaib Bashir and Rayan Ahmed add mystery spin to the arsenal. India's edge. Bowlers who can exploit England's baseball approach, especially Bumrah and Siraj. Shubman Gill's fearless leadership, hungry to make a legacy. Explosive all-rounders like Axe, Patel, and Jadeja. Gill, Rahul, Jaiswal, Air India have more first-class runs than ever before overseas. India have already won 2 tests in England in their last 2 tours. Key battles. Duel why it matters. Bumrah versus Root battle of temperament and skill. Gill versus Woakes' new captain facing the Lord of Leeds. Jadeja versus Bazball. Can spin stop England's attacking juggernaut? Bashir versus Indian batting, a test of maturity against risky finesse. Ben Stokes versus India's pace. Can the talismanic all-rounder rescue England? Predicted playing 11's first test. England. Zach Crawley. Ben Duckett. Ollie Pope. Joe Root. Ben Stokes captain. Jamie Smith. Chris Woakes. Rayan Ahmed. Shoaib Bashir, Gus Atkinson, Josh Tongue, India, Yashasvi Jaiswal, KL Rahul, Rajat Patidar, Shubman Gill captain, Ruturaj Gaikwad, KS Bharat wicketkeeper, Ravindra Jadeja, Shardul Thakur, Jasper Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj, Kuldeep Yadav, Series prediction. Michael Aston, England 3-2. Dinesh Karthik 2-2 drawn. Our verdict. India will push England hard. Their bowlers are world class, but a 5-0 whitewash away from home remains highly unlikely, especially in English conditions. Prediction England 2 to India 3. But don't be surprised if India wins the first test and throws everything into glorious chaos. What India must do to win 5-0. Gill must lead with runs and not just intent. Boomer and Siraj need at least 30 wickets combined. Middle order consistency, someone has to fill Kohli's void. Win the toss and bat big, score 400 plus first innings. Kill the baseball mood early, disrupt England's rhythm at Headingley. Final thoughts. Cricket's greatest rivalries now include England versus India, and this series could redefine it. With Kohli and Sharma absent, a new India must rise. With Anderson gone and Stokes recovering his magic, a new England is forming. Can India announce a new dynasty with an unforgettable 5-0? It's a mountain, but one they now dare to climb.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
Why India should win the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. The ICC Champions Trophy 2025 is one of the most eagerly awaited cricket tournaments of the decade, and India's campaign is laden with anticipation and potential. As one of the tournament's most successful teams, India enters the fray with a blend of historical success, a formidable squad, and an unyielding desire to assert their dominance on the world stage once again. Despite some challenges, including the likely absence of star pacer Jasprit Bumrah due to injury, India's chances remain bright, backed by a well-rounded team and strategic preparation. A balanced squad with depth. India's roster for the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 is a testament to the team's strategic depth and talent development. The squad boasts a mix of seasoned stalwarts and promising young stars, each bringing unique skills to the table. Rohit Sharma, the captain and one of the most consistent ODI performers, leads the team with an unparalleled wealth of experience. His opening partnership with the young and dynamic Yashasvi Jaiswal promises explosive starts and sets the foundation for the innings. The middle order is fortified by players like Shubman Gill and Virat Kohli. Gill, with his remarkable ODI average and an ability to adapt to varying conditions, complements Kohli's legendary consistency and leadership in pressure situations. Kohli, often regarded as one of the greatest ODI batters of all time, provides stability and an anchor around which the innings can be built. KL Rahul adds further depth to the batting lineup. As a wicketkeeper batsman, he combines technical finesse with an ability to accelerate when required. His performances at the number 5 position have often proven to be match-winning, showcasing his capability as a finisher in high-stakes games. The bowling unit, resilient despite Bumrah's absence. While Jasprit Bumrah's injury casts a shadow over India's bowling lineup, the team has ample firepower to compensate. Mohammad Shami steps up as the leader of the pace attack. Shami's exceptional record in ODIs, combined with his ability to deliver under pressure, ensures India has a reliable option for both the power play and death overs. Mohammad Siraj, another key bowler, brings swing and discipline, complementing Shami's aggression. Adding diversity to the pace attack is Arshdeep Singh, whose left-arm seam and control make him a vital weapon, particularly in the middle and death overs. His ability to bowl under pressure adds a new dimension to India's bowling arsenal. The spin department, led by Kuldeep Yadav, ensures balance. Yadav's wrist spin has proven to be a game-changer, especially on pitches offering turn. All-rounders like Ravindra Jadeja, Hardik Pandya, and Washington Sundar further strengthen the bowling unit. Jadeja's left-arm spin, coupled with his fielding brilliance, makes him indispensable. while Pandya's medium pace and Sundar's offspin provide valuable overs in the middle stages of an innings. Recent form and momentum. India's recent performances in international cricket instill confidence. Winning the 2024 T20 World Cup was a major morale booster, breaking a prolonged ICC title drought. The triumph demonstrated the team's ability to handle pressure and deliver in knockout games, a quality essential for Champions Trophy success. Players who were instrumental in that victory, such as Hardik Pandya and Shubman Gill, are expected to replicate their form. Strength in the batting department. India's batting lineup is arguably one of the most formidable in the tournament. Rohit Sharma's ability to produce big scores in ICC tournaments is well documented. Jaiswal, with his aggressive style and penchant for dominating bowlers, provides the perfect foil to Sharma. The pair's synergy can set the tone for high-scoring games. In the middle order, Gill and Kohli stand as pillars of consistency. Gill's ability to pace his innings and Kohli's unmatched chase master credentials make them a daunting pair for any opposition. KL Rahul's versatility adds another layer of security, capable of playing both an aggressive or consolidating role depending on the match situation. The all-rounder advantage. India's strength lies in its well-rounded team composition, particularly in the all-rounder department. Hardik Pandya's explosive batting and ability to bowl at crucial junctures make him a key player. Ravindra Jadeja, with his all-around contributions, ensures balance. His prowess with the ball and ability to play impactful cameos with the bat make him indispensable. Washington Sundar, another promising all-rounder, offers control with his off-spin and utility with the bat in low-order situations. Hush historical success in the Champions Trophy. India has a storied history in the ICC Champions Trophy. The team has reached the final on 4 occasions and clinched the title twice, including a memorable win in 2013. This legacy serves as both an inspiration and a benchmark for the current squad. India's consistency in this tournament format reflects its adaptability and capability to perform under diverse conditions. Neutral venues, a strategic advantage. While political tensions mean India's matches will be played at neutral venues in the UAE, this could work in their favor. Indian players have significant experience playing in the UAE due to IPL and other tournaments, giving them a strategic edge over opponents unfamiliar with the conditions. The pitches in Dubai, known for being balanced between bat and ball, suit India's versatile lineup. Leadership and tactical acumen. Under Rohit Sharma's captaincy, India's tactical approach has evolved. Sharma's calm demeanor and ability to make decisive on-field decisions are vital assets. His leadership, supported by the experience of players like Virat Kohli and KL Rahul, ensures the team operates with clarity and focus. The emotional and geopolitical context. India's participation in a tournament hosted by Pakistan and the UAE carries immense emotional weight. The geopolitical backdrop adds intensity to matches, particularly the much-anticipated clash with Pakistan. Such circumstances often bring out the best in Indian teams, galvanizing players to rise to the occasion and deliver memorable performances. The path forward. India's journey in the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 promises to be an exciting chapter in cricket history. The team's preparation, depth, and resilience are key factors that make them strong contenders for the title. Even without the services of Jasprit Bumrah, India's balanced squad and recent momentum position them as one of the favourites to lift the trophy. The tournament will not only test their skill and temperament but also offer an opportunity to further solidify their legacy in world cricket. India's campaign is more than just a pursuit of silverware. It's a statement of their standing as a cricketing powerhouse. With a well-prepared team, unwavering focus, and a hunger for victory, India has every reason to believe that they can emerge victorious in the ICC Champions Trophy 2025.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Rescue pants grit and glory. A tale of bravery at Old Trafford. The Manchester skies were overcast, the English bowlers were charging in, and India's hopes were dwindling. The scoreboard read 298 for 8. Injuries had depleted the visitors, and the match teetered on the edge. And then through the tunnel came a figure limping down the Old Trafford stairs, wrapped not in glory but in grit Rishabh Pant. He wasn't supposed to bat, not with a fractured foot, not after being carted off the field the day before, but there he was in full gear. His right boot replaced by a protective moon boot, a defined diagnosis and pain alike. The crowd rose as one, Indian fans and English supporters alike, applauding not runs but resolve. In that moment, sport transcended rivalry. Pat didn't stroll to the crease. He limped. Every step told the story of a man who refused to let his team down. He didn't come out to play cricket. He came out to fight for pride, for purpose, and for every soul who believes sport is more than just numbers. The first few balls were understandably cautious. He grimaced. He adjusted. And then, in a blaze of glorious rebellion, he unleashed the audacity we've come to expect from him. A sweep here, a drive there. Then the crowd's gasp turned into a roar, a towering six, launched one-legged into the Manchester sky. It was Pant's 90th in Test cricket, equaling the great Virender Sehwag. But more than records, it was defiance, a message. He was still here, still dangerous. And then there were the little things, the cheeky glances at the fielders, the calm chats with the tailenders, the nonsense attitude. His 54 off 75 balls wasn't just about stroke play. It was a lesson in courage. He batted with one working foot and the weight of 1 billion dreams on his shoulders. At Old Trafford that day, the applause wasn't for a century. It was for something rarer. Guts, grit, glory. For a man who, by sheer will, turned the cricket ground into a theater of inspiration. Cricket, at its core, is a team game, but once in a while it gives us a solo act that takes our breath away. Rishabh Pant's innings was that act, heroic, unforgettable. And as he limped off, retired out not by dismissal but by courage fulfilled, even the most cynical English fan stood in silent admiration. Not every warrior rides into battle unscathed, but the greatest ones march for it anyway, wounds and all. And on July 24, 2025, Rishabh Pant, moon boot, and all became a legend.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark,
Old turns crimson, India's day of roar and resurgence. Day 3 at the Oval began under soft light and thunderous expectation, but ended with a crackling roar as India stormed into pole position, pushing England to the brink of defeat and drawing the series tantalizingly close. It was a day of surging highs and sinking lows, and in the middle of it stood a young man with a steely gaze and a willow that whispered legacy, Yashasvi, the rising star of Indian cricket, crafted a masterpiece, sculpting his 6th Test century with poise, precision, and punches through the offside that echoed through South London. His 118 was not just a number, it was a declaration. He bookended a magical English tour with twin hundreds and dropped the MIC on oval turf. Yet the most captivating subplot belonged to Akash Deep, India's stand-in night watcher turned morning marauder. He arrived with duty, stayed for glory. In his second professional 50, he thumped his chest, punched the air, and pummeled England's confidence into the Oval outfield. What was meant to be survival turned into a statement. A 107-run stand with Jeswell that wore down England's weary bowlers and scarred their already frayed fielding psyche. As England's catching melted under pressure, 6 chances shelled, India capitalized. It wasn't a collapse. It was a crescendo. Shubman Gill, who already scripted a series for the ages with 754 runs, fell first ball after lunch. His farewell knock was low on runs, but high on impact, the sound of his front foot mastery still fresh in Oval memory. Karen Ney, reprieved once, failed to hold on much longer. But India's innings was building something far greater than an individual knock. It was building momentum. Then came the final flourish. Washington Sundar, usually calm and understated, turned swashbuckler. He swung like a man with nothing to lose and everything to say. In just 39 balls, he crashed his way to 53, launching 4 sixes and snatching 39 rapid runs with last man Prazakrishna. When he finally perished, miscued to mid-wicket, England were left chasing ghosts in a massive 374-run target. India's total, 396. More than runs, it was a mountain of belief. And then came the final drama of the day. England's openers, Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, strode out with bravado, determined to lay the foundation of another historic chase. For a while they succeeded. Duckett looked breezy, Crawley firm, but Mohammad Siraj had one trick left. With the final ball today, he disguised his intentions, pushed Jeswell deep to bluff, then unleashed a Syrian Yorker that sent Crawley's stumps cartwheeling. It was not just a wicket, it was a gut punch, a thunderclap that shattered England's day. Siraj, who has carried the burden of India's fast bowling in Bumrah's absence, delivered the moment of the match when the moment demanded a hero. The scorecard story. India 224 and 396. England 247 and 51 need 324 more. Match poised, tension coiled. 8 wickets for India to square the series. A marathon chase for England without Stokes or Wokes. What lies ahead? Day 4 will not just be a battle of bat and ball. It will be a test of soul. For England, the dreams of a comeback series wind hang by a thread. For India, redemption awaits after heartbreak in Manchester and adversity in leadership. Gill's captaincy, Jeswell's magic, Siraj's fire, Washington's grit. This is more than a team. It is a statement of intent. At the Oval, on a day where heroes stood tall and hope soared higher, India didn't just dominate, they danced with destiny.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glow
Day 3 Test cricket at its best. Manchester Magic. Root's milestone. India's misery under golden skies in Manchester. Joe Root authored yet another majestic chapter in his legendary career. While the scorecard will remember his 150, the day itself will be etched in the minds of fans as the moment England seized command of the series and India began to lose grip on the script. Root's 38th Test century wasn't just a statistical marvel, it was a masterclass in poise and precision. Every tuck to leg, every dab past point, every silky drive through the covers radiated authority. As he moved past Dravid, Callis, and Ponting to become the second highest run scorer in Test history, only one man remains ahead, Sachin Tendulkar. The chase is on. But this was no solo act. Ali Pope, sturdy and composed, partnered Root in a 144-run stand that rendered India's attack toothless for the first 2 sessions. Their alliance was patient and calculated, draining the sting from India's pace trio. Even the usually menacing Jasprit Bumrah seemed to step behind, wicketless until his 24th over. It was Washington's Sundar, curiously underused until after lunch, who finally broke through. He dismissed Pope and then Harry Brook in a swift double strike, offering India a flicker of hope. But Root and Stokes, as calm and commanding a duo as any in world cricket, turned the tide once more. And then an interruption, not by wickets, but by cramp. Stokes, already the hero with ball in hand 5 wickets in the first innings, now began limping. But like Pant the day before, he returned later, welcomed back like a gladiator to a roaring coliseum. By stumps, he was unbeaten on 77, partnered by Liam Dawson. And England's lead stood at a daunting 186. India's bowlers were visibly drained. Bumrah had rolled his ankle, and Siraj injured his foot. Their fatigue matched the fading hopes of their team, as England batted on deep into the evening, with control and clarity. What started as a morning of balance had ended in dominance. Root's 150, Stokes' resilience, and a wagging tail had flattened India's fight. The pitch had begun to misbehave, offering bounce, turn, and uncertainty. But England looked at ease, while India looked out of answers. From 358 all out to trailing by nearly 200 runs, India's fortunes have shifted dramatically. Their only solace? A chance, however faint, to claw back on day 4. But make no mistake, this day belonged to Joe Root. The numbers glittered. 13,379 test runs, 12 centuries against India. First man to score 1,000 runs at Old Trafford. Second, only to Sachin. And yet, he barely raised a thumb in celebration. That's Root, humble, relentless, historic.
India versus England 2025, a series of lessons, a glimpse of the future. A smooth reflection on what both teams gained, lost, and learned from an unforgettable 5-test duel. The 2025 India versus England Test series ended 2-2, but beneath that tidy scoreline was a messy, emotional, pulsating 5-act drama. A series that gave us heroes, heartbreaks, tactical twists, and above all, lessons. Deep, defining lessons. Let's take a walk through what both teams will carry forward and what they must leave behind. India, not in transition, already transformed. India didn't just survive this series. They grew. They evolved. And in doing so, they may have quietly laid the foundation for their next golden era. Shubman Gill began as a young captain with questions hanging over him. By the end of the series, he was leading with conviction, trusting his instincts, backing his bowlers, and standing tall with the bat. His bold declarations, attacking fields, and calm presence under pressure weren't just signs of potential, they were proof of arrival. India's real magic, however, was in its depth. No Bumrah, no Shami, no Pant, no Ashwin. Yet out came Jurel, Prasid, Akashdeep, Sasudasan. And the team didn't just compete, it controlled large parts of the series. Even in defeats, India were often the side pushing harder, holding the stronger hand, but losing grip in moments of carelessness. Collapses in leads and Lords stung badly, but the bounce back was immediate and fierce. The oval win, sealed by a roaring Siraj, was not just a result. It was a roar that said, "We're not coming. We're here." Most importantly, India showed they don't need to look back. The legends weren't missed. The next chapter has already started. England, a philosophy under pressure. Baseball was never going to be boring, and it wasn't. There were glorious drives, reverse scoops, silly fielders, glorious chaos. But in key moments, especially when the pressure dialed up, baseball showed its cracks. Jamie Smith's rush of blood. Top order collapses rescued by the tail. Aggression where calm was needed. Hope where strategy was required. Root and Brook were England's anchor and spark, but they often arrived with the house already on fire. The bowlers fought hard, but lacked the cutting edge without a true leader of the pack. And while Chris Woke's walkout with one functioning arm was the stuff of legend, it also laid bare England's lack of durability and depth. There were brave moments. There were brilliant moments. But England, by and large, looked like a team surviving on belief, not structure. Shared truths, mutual lessons. Both teams learned that momentum is king. That partnerships win matches, not just centuries. That captains can change a test match with a single decision. India trusted their youth and were rewarded. England trusted their method and were exposed. India fought smarter. England fought harder. But only one side walked away with clarity about where they're heading. The final reflection. The series ends at 2-2. But in the final test, in that final hour, the balance shifted. Not just in the match, but in the rivalry. India leave the tour with a spring in their step. England leave it gritting their teeth and asking questions. The scoreboard says drawn. But the real story? India are building something. In England, they're trying to hold something together. In time, this series may be remembered not for the drawer, but for the day India's new era truly began.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite
we face. Come India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Ballers and Salt combine as RCB storm into IPL final after 9 years. Venue, new. Match, IPL 2025 Qualifier 1. Result, Royal Challengers RCB beat Kings PBKs by 8 wickets. RCB into final, PBKs gets another chance through the eliminators. A ruthless RCB display powered by ballers and blistering Salt. In a spectacular display of seam, spin, and Salt-powered savagery, Royal Challengers dismantled Kings to charge into their first IPL final since 2016, ending a 9-year wait. A disciplined, ferocious bowling attack backed up by an explosive knock from Phil Salt-ensured RCB made light work of PBK's modest total of 101, sealing victory by 8 wickets with a whopping 60 balls to spare. RCB bowlers wreak havoc on a tricky pitch. The win was built on a relentless display of fast bowling precision and deceptive spin. Hazelwood, returning with quite authority, was simply unplayable. On a pitch with bounds and seam, he found perfect lengths to challenge the horizontal bat shots of PBKS's batters. Dismissing and wingless, Hazelwood extracted steep bounds and just enough deviation to keep edges flying and batters guessing. His control set the tone early. Who has grown in confidence this season, backed him up with well-directed pace at the body, mixing short balls with skiddy-length deliveries. His tight spells helped strangle the lower middle order, leaving no room for recovery. And then came the surprise package. With his whippy action and unreadable googlies, dismantled PBKS's illusions of fight back. Marcus Stoinis and debutant Mushir all misread his wrongins, committing to premeditated slog sweeps on a pitch that demanded reading of the pitch. His 3-wicket haul wasn't just statistical, it was surgical. Phil Salt, the calm within the storm. As the ball nipped and bounced under the lights, many expected a nervy chase, but Phil Salt took the game by the scruff of the neck and demolished that narrative. He began fluently, showing intent from the outset, and then launched a full assault in the power play. He smashed a 23-ball 50, his fastest in IPL, with stunning balance and impeccable timing. His ability to punish with and loft over extra cover at will made him nearly unplayable. What stood out wasn't just the strike rate, but the clarity of execution. Even as Kaya Jamieson and Sam Curran probed with decent movement, Salt latched onto the first poor delivery and dispatched it. One over from Jamieson went for 21, including a ferocious cut, a pull, and a regal cover drive. Salt's assault rendered the conditions irrelevant. It became a mere formality after he was done. Strategic depth and execution. RCB's bowling strategy, fast, short, into the body, mixed with sharp wrist spin, was perfect for the surface. The batters didn't need to be heroes, just sensible. Salt went above and beyond. It was also telling how RCB read the pitch better than PBK's, adapted quicker, and didn't allow scoreboard pressure to change their plans. PBK's, on the other hand, stuck blindly to their aggressive playbook, even when it was clearly leading them to a cliff. Verdict: a team reborn. This was not a one-man show. It was a cohesive, balanced, and composed team performance, exactly the kind RCB were missing in previous years. Hazelwood's control, deception, aggression, and Salt's decisiveness have given this side a new character, one that's more method than madness. RCB now march into the final with confidence and cohesion. And for the first time in years, you get the feeling they're not just hoping to win the IPL, they're expecting to.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd,
underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Delhi Capitals vs Chennai Super Kings, 5th April 2025. KL Rahul anchors as Delhi Capitals outclass CSK to break 15-year Chepauk drought. Result: Delhi Capitals 183 for 6, Rahul 77, Khalil 2 for 25 beat Chennai Super Kings 158 for 5, Vijay 69 not out, Nigam 2 for 27 by 25 runs. Venue: M.A. Chidambaram Stadium, Chennai. Introduction: Fortress Chepauk breached again. For the second time in IPL 2025, Chennai Super Kings suffered defeat at their home ground to a side that had not beaten them there in 15 years. This time, it was Delhi Capitals who rewrote the script with a comprehensive 25-run win that not only broke a long-standing jinx but also exposed chinks in CSK's famed armour. KL Rahul, stepping in for the rested Faf du Plessis, crafted a vital 77 of 51 balls to anchor DC's innings. The bowlers, led by Khalil Ahmed and debutant Vipraj Nigam, choked CSK's chase with discipline and precision, turning Chepauk into unfamiliar territory for the hosts. KL Rahul's measured masterclass. Opening the innings, Rahul took his time to assess the slow, dry pitch. He was 25 off 20 balls before shifting gears, thanks largely to his calculated assault on Noor Ahmed, the tournament's leading wicket-taker. With finesse and timing, Rahul took 20 off Noor's 9 deliveries. He dissected the field with sweeps, pulls, and even a delicate reverse scoop off Mukesh Chaudhary. Mukesh bore the brunt of Rahul's aggression, conceding the most boundaries, 40% of DC's total. Rahul's eventual 77 was a lesson in adapting to conditions, accelerating when set, and anchoring when needed. DC's innings lost a bit of momentum toward the end, as Rahul managed just 16 runs off his final 13 balls. Still, the foundation he laid proved invaluable. DC's controlled finish. While Rahul held one end, cameos from Abhishek Pauril 29 and Tristan Stubbs 26 ensured DC crossed 180. Though no batter exploded in the death overs, the innings was built on intelligence rather than brute force. They understood the pitch and the venue and backed their bowlers to defend a competitive total. CSK's shaky start and familiar failings. Chasing 184, CSK stumbled early. Rachan Ravindra was undone by Mukesh Kumar's slower delivery that held in the pitch. Rituraj Gaikwad struck a clean pull off Mitchell Starc, only to pick out the deep fielder. At 20 for 2 in the third over, the pressure was already telling. CSK have not chased down a total above 180 in the last 6 seasons, a trend that looked destined to continue as DC's bowlers suffocated the middle order. Vijay Shankar's laboured innings. Vijay Shankar's unbeaten 69 of 54 balls summed up CSK's batting woes. He scored just one boundary in his first 31 deliveries, struggled to find timing, and nearly ran himself out twice. Despite surviving, he couldn't find fluency on a sluggish pitch. His grimaces and frustrated reactions painted the picture. While CSK hit out on 38 balls and found the boundary just 12 times, DC were successful 21 times from 37 attacking deliveries, a clear indicator of which side managed the conditions better. Dhoni's early arrival, quite impact. For once, MS Dhoni walked out in the 11th over, not the 19th. With the top order collapsing, there was little choice. Dhoni, playing in front of his parents for the first time, scored 30 off 26 balls, including one boundary and one six. Despite the emotional moment, the innings lacked punch. CSK fans, who often erupt at the mere sight of Dhoni, watched in eerie silence as the legend fought a losing battle. Bowling brilliance, Nigam and Kuldeep star. Vipraj Nigam continued to impress, picking up 2 wickets and conceding just 27 runs. His dismissal of Moeen Ali, who was beaten in flight, set the tone. Kuldeep Yadav delivered the ball of the match, a killer googly that castled Ravindra Jadeja. Stark and Khalil complemented the spinners by varying pace and lengths, never letting CSK settle. CSK's numbers tell the story. Jadeja has not completed his full quota of overs in 4 matches. Ashwin has bowled 4 overs only twice. CSK have hit the fewest sixes in the tournament. Their middle order, positions 4 to 7, average just 21.76 with a strike rate of 116.94, the lowest in the league. These stats reflect deeper issues with balance and strategy. Final word, DC rising, CSK reeling. Delhi Capitals executed their plans perfectly, win the toss, bat first, post a par plus score, and let their bowlers choke the chase. KL Rahul's composed 77, backed by disciplined bowling and alert fielding, handed DC a memorable win. For CSK, back-to-back defeats at home raise serious questions. Their aura at Chepauk is fading, and unless the middle order steps up and spin combinations are used better, more heartbreaks may follow.
Dhoni's vintage heroics. Jadeja's magic breaks CSK's losing streak in style. Chepauk, Chennai. 14th April 2025. Result: Chennai Super Kings 168 for 5, Dubey 43. Dhoni 26 beat Lucknow Super Giants 166 for 7, Pan 63. Jadeja 2 for 24 by 5 wickets. Player of the match: MS Dhoni 26 from 11. Comet DR, Comet Talai. With the Yellow Brigade facing the real threat of 6 straight defeats, the Chennai crowd looked up and MS Dhoni looked ready. Walking in with 56 needed of 30 balls, Chennai Super Kings legend turned back the clock in dramatic fashion, cracking a sizzling 26 of 11 balls and finishing unbeaten alongside Shivan Dubey 43 of 27 in a match-winning partnership that snapped CSK's losing streak and reignited their IPL 2025 campaign. Dhoni and Dubey. Calm, class, carnage. With CSK reeling at 111 for 5 after mid-innings wobble, the pressure was sky-high. Dubey had struggled for fluency, and the required run rate was climbing. But as ever, MSD stayed ice cool. He carved wide Yorkers through third. He lifted a full toss over mid-wicket with that iconic flick. And then he pulled off the shot of the night, a one-handed whip over deep square leg that had Chepauk on its feet. Dubey, freed from pressure, joined the party by smoking Shardul Thakur for 4 and a 6 in a game-winning 19-run over. The job was completed in style, with Dubey hitting the winning runs and Dhoni taking a moment to soak in the roar that only he can summon. Their 57-run partnership of just 28 balls was as match-winning as it gets. Noor and Jadoo spin a web. Before the finish line fireworks, it was spin that set up CSK's win. Ravindra Jadeja 2 for 24 once again proved his value, removing Marsh and Stoinis to trigger an LSG slowdown. But the true star was Noor Ahmed, who delivered one of the most economical spells in IPL history. 4 overs, 0 for 13. Noor's relentless control choked LSG's momentum. Rishabh Pant, LSG's top scorer, managed just 6 runs off him across 15 dot balls, one of the lowest strike rates against a bowler in IPL history, meant 15 balls. Pant's resurgence falls short. Rishabh Pant walked in under pressure. His highest score this season had been 21, and his strike rate hovered around 80. He answered with flair early, Rivers lapping for 6 and countering CSK's pacers. But once the spinners took over, Pant was anchored to the crease. For a stretch, he scored just 6 runs in 15 balls. Still, he fought back to register 63 of 49 balls, his first 50 for LSG, but he couldn't stay till the end, and his team's total of 166 for 7, their lowest of the season, just didn't hold up. Sheikh Rashid's dream debut. In a bold move, CSK handed IPL debut to Sheikh Rashid, and the 19-ball blitz he delivered justified every bit of faith. The U19 vice-captain smashed 27 of 19 balls with 6 boundaries. His wristy flicks and timing reminded many of a young Virat Kohli. Alongside Rajan in 37 of 22, Rashid powered CSK to 50 for 0 in just 4.2 overs, a rare explosive start for the team. That opening burst gave CSK the buffer they needed when spinners later triggered a mini collapse. Where did it go wrong for LSG? Despite some brilliant bowling from Rabishnitu for 18 and tied overs from Digvij Rathi and Makram, LSG's tactics at the death were baffling. They chose pace when spin was clearly working. Bishnoi had 1 over left, but was ignored in favor of Avesh Khan and Shardul Thakur, who were dismantled by Dhoni and Dubey. Pant later admitted, "We were 10 to 15 runs short, but the bigger story might have been not using Bishnoi when it mattered most." Post-match reactions. MS Dhoni, player of the match. At this stage, it's about reading the situation, staying calm, and backing instincts. Dubey did brilliantly. Happy to contribute to a win again. The crowd? Just phenomenal. Rishabh Pant, LSG captain. We were a few runs short. The spinners brought us back, but in the end, we just didn't execute well. We'll bounce back. Shivam Dubey. MS Bhai told me to stay to the end. That gave me confidence. Winning this way feels really good. Match summary. Lucknow Super Giants won 66 for 7, Pant 63, Marsh 30, Jadeja 2 for 24, Parana 2 for 45. Chennai Super Kings 168 for 5 in 19.2 overs, Dubey 43, Ghani 26, Bishnoi 2 for 18. Quick stats. Ghani's first Player of the Match award since 2019. Noor Ahmed, 13 runs, 0 wickets from 4 overs, including 15 dot balls. CSK's first win after 5 consecutive losses. Sheikh Rashid, 27 on debut with a strike rate of 142. Final word, the Ghani effect. In the sea of yellow at Chepauk, a familiar chant rose again. Dhoni, Dhoni, Dhoni. And once again, he delivered. Chennai may still be battling inconsistencies this season, but with Dhoni anchor in the heart of their fight, you'd be a brave soul to ever count them out.
They had waited 34 long years for this moment. Decades of near misses, heartaches, and rebuilding cycles. But on this humid August afternoon, the West Indies finally ended their ODI series drought against Pakistan in the most emphatic fashion possible. A record-breaking, morale-crushing victory by 202 runs. Their biggest ever against Pakistan. Announced to the cricketing world that the Maroon Caps were once again a force to be reckoned with. It began with a captain's knock for the ages. Shyhope.com and composed through the early grind, suddenly transformed in the death overs into a batsman possessed. For much of the innings, Pakistan's bowlers, especially Abra Ahmed, had dictated the tempo, slowing West Indies to a crawl. By the 44th over, the scoreboard still hadn't touched 200, and a below-par total loomed. But Hope decided that was enough caution. The first ball from Mohamed Nouaz was muscled into the stands, the next deposited over the ropes again. It was as if a switch had been flicked. Hope's batting turned electric, his timing impeccable. Pakistan's fielders watched helplessly as he dismantled their plans, sending the ball whistling to every corner. Greaves joined the assault, hammering Hazen. Ali, Naseem Shah's Yorkers were met with elegant drives. And by the time the dust settled, West Indies had plundered 100 runs off the final 7 overs. Hope walked off unbeaten on 120. His 18th ODI century, having orchestrated one of the most brutal Ladinians assaults in recent West Indies history. If Pakistan thought the nightmare was over, Jayden Seales was waiting to write the next chapter. His opening over was a declaration of intent. Same Ayab nicking off almost immediately. Abdullah Shafiq followed, misjudging the heavy ball and gifting a catch to Gudakesh Mo. And then came the jewel in the crown, a ball to Mohammad Rizwan. That should be studied in every fast bowling clinic. On a hard length outside off, it jagged back just enough to kiss the bail without disturbing the stumps. The faintest of touches, the most surgical of dismissals. Rizwan could only walk away in disbelief. Seales wasn't done. Babar Azam, the man Pakistan needed, fell LBW still in single figures. In just a handful of overs, Pakistan was shattered at 23 for 4. From there, the contest was little more than a slow, painful unraveling. Salman Agha and Hazen Nouaz offered token resistance, but the asking rate soared into impossibility. West Indies spinners joined the party, with Mote and Chase tightening the screws further. And fittingly, Seales returned to apply the final hammer blows. Finishing with career-best figures of 6 for 18, the joint second-best in West Indies ODI history. Only a late run-out denied him the outright record. When the final wicket fell, the Brian Lara Stadium erupted. Players hugged, fans danced, and the scoreline, Pakistan all out for 92, flashed like a badge of honor. This wasn't just a win. It was a statement. The West Indies had not only beaten Pakistan, they had dominated them. Outthinking, outbatting, and outbowling them at every turn. For Hope, for Seales, and for a team that has often struggled to stitch moments of brilliance into consistent success, this was more than just a series win. It was a declaration of identity, a reminder that West Indies cricket still carries the firepower, the flair, and the fearlessness to humble the best, and for the first time in 34 years, they could savor that feeling against Pakistan. Champions, at last.
The Oval. After 5 long days in Manchester where odds, injuries, and history stood tall against them, India didn't just draw a test match, they won back their spirit. And now, as the series hangs delicately at 2-1 in England's favour, a wounded but roaring Indian team is coming into the 5th test believing they can draw the series. And here's why that belief isn't just hope. It's strategy. 1. The power of momentum. What happened at Old Trafford was no accident. India batted for over 140 overs in their second innings, lost only 4 wickets, and mentally wore England down. The psychological boost from surviving near-certain defeat with their backs to the wall has forged steel in this team. Shubman Gill's calm leadership and a magnificent 4th ton of the series show he's not just a temporary captain, he's a man of mettle. Jadeja and Washington Sundar's unbeaten centuries were acts of defiance that declared, we're still in this series. England, by contrast, spent 257.1 overs in the field. That's a body blow. They're bruised, physically fatigued, and now have just 3 days to recover. 2. Tactical re-engineered batting lineup. Even without Rishabh Pant, India have shown smart batting adaptations. Washington Sundar stepping up to number 5 is a masterstroke. He's composed, technically correct, and now armed with the confidence of a maiden test 100 under pressure. Rahul, returning to form with a classy 90, will relish the oval where stroke play is rewarded. Jadeja's all-round mastery has been vital. He now averages more than 50 in this series and is looking like a senior batter, not just a lower-order warrior. With Sai Sutherson, Yashasvi Jaiswal, and Gill at the top, there's flair and fight in equal measure. They've adapted to the absence of Pant, and now they're better prepared for another battle. 3. England's bowling burnout. Ben Stokes, hero of the series, yes, but is breaking down. His bowling shoulder is tender, his pace dipping, and his overs are drying up. Jofra Archer looked annoyed and out of rhythm after long spells. He also had a visible altercation over field settings, not a good sign. Chris Wokes and Dawson have worked overtime and now face a flat oval pitch and weary legs. India have already played out the likes of Bryden Cuss, Archer, and Wokes for 143 overs. England's attack looks spent, and that's the moment to strike. 4. The Duke's ball factor at the Oval. The Duke's ball does swing for a while, but the Oval, especially in summer, becomes a batting paradise. India's confidence is sky high, and if they bat first or survive the early swing, they could post 400 plus again. The absence of Bumrah is a blow, no question. But 5. India's bowling still has teeth. Mohammad Siraj is still quick, hungry, and able to hit the dead card. His fitness will be managed smartly, and has taken 10-plus wickets in the series. Ravindra Jadeja is bowling marathon spells and picking up key wickets. The oval pitch usually offers bounce and bite for spinners by day 3 and 4. Washington Sunder's tidy off-spin becomes crucial in Pant's absence, dual utility now. And don't be surprised if India spring a surprise pacer, someone like Mukesh Kumar or Ev Jain to freshen things up. They only need to take 20 English wickets once, and they now know what lengths and lines work. 6. Mental edge, the grit factor. The 4th test turned India from a trailing side to a threatening one. England couldn't close the game even with a 300-run lead and 5 sessions to bowl. They looked frustrated, resorted to lobs and bouncers, and allowed India to reach personal milestones that will haunt them. The body language, the fielding intensity, and the vibe favored India in those final hours. This will weigh on England going into the decider. 7. A point to prove, Legacy